What up, friends? It's a fantasy football Sunday, and we have a London game, so we're here an hour early. I am Jeremy Greene. He is David Smith, affectionately referred to as the Canadan Dave. What up?
Oh, it's another day, another game before the crack of dawn for you guys, and this is our revenge on the West Coast.
Brian Haynes said he just poured his first cocktail, and I need this to be known. It is 8:34 a.m. here in lovely North Carolina, and that is why we love Brian.
G-men shock the world.
You know what? There's a lot of smart money on the New York Giants. One Nation said we woke him up. This better be good. And if I'm not mistaken, he's on the West Coast, so that is real commitment.
We appreciate it.
100%. I have not had a notification on my phone in no less than 2 years. At least not making noise. I fell asleep at 3:45. I walked in the studio at 7:15.
The studio for me is my office, and that's across the hall from my bedroom. So
that day's coming for me too. It's just HWA was still asleep, so it's much easier to just come in here and do it with all the ready-made toys.
It's the way to do it.
All right, your sweeping declaration of the day is
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is one of those. If you're playing in DraftKings and you don't have him, I need you to sit down and write me a 500-word essay of why.
No, my sweeping declaration is if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
It's probably a fucking duck.
Buffalo against Pittsburgh. I think we know how that one should probably go. There's a lot of games out here that are just begging you to play guys on, and some of them you probably shouldn't that you think you might want to, and we'll probably get deep into those as we go through. We do have an early game, though. A very early game.
Like 55 minutes from now.
So don't forget, smash that like button, hit the sub button, make sure you're dropping all your comments. If you have early guys that are starting, for some reason you're not starting Romeo Dubs.
Romeo Dubs is a no-doubt start today. The Green Bay running backs are no-doubt starts today.
How do you feel about the news that OBJ has got Green Bay on his radar?
I've always thought that made sense. I'm just not overly sure that I care. Dave, turn yourself up just a little bit.
I am up as loud as I go now.
Okay. I have very little control over Dave. Now, when Tank gets here, we will have immortal control. One of the things that one of these days we're going to have a camera that shoots this entire room. If you can see it, all the buttons are over here with me. If you can hear it, they're all over there with him, and I have zero access to that from over here.
It's easy enough for me to tilt the mic forward and talk a little louder.
There we go.
It's not the worst in the world.
There we go.
You need to play your Green Bay starters today.
So this is an announcement that I'm going to make early for you, the early risers, and I'm sure it will be notated at least 5 more times over the course of this show. Our Patreon. So Patreon is a fun tool. If you remember the Patreon, you will notice that you have not been charged for this month, and there's a reason for that. I do a lot of shows all over the country, and it was basically pointed out to me, you realize you're doing Patreon a stupid way, right? Oh, we all know what that noise means. We'll get to that.
Our first super chat.
We have our first super chat. We will get to that in just a second. So from here on out, starting this week, and it'll be not the active week that we're in right now, it will be in for week 6.
Okay.
If you're a member of our Patreon, you will get a link to a Discord server. What that does is directly link you to me. So all of your questions will be answered by myself and Mr. Armchair, because he will be in all of those as well. And so we, for the low price of just $9.99, we will basically manage one of your teams. If you're on the higher side, we will manage up to 5 of your teams, where you can ask us any question over the course of the week, and we will answer it as we do.
I live on my phone.
I do too.
Because my unfortunately my real job, until I can make money doing these kinds of things, requires me to be on my phone pretty regularly. Welcome to sales. So I answer pretty quickly, as
As
most
do
people
I.
can attest to in the Discord. So
As do I. So all of those things will be set up for. I believe we'll have them set up Wednesday. I think the Braves are going to preempt us on Tuesday because the 8 people that still watch baseball they really want to watch that playoff game with the Phillies for some damn reason.
yeah,
And there will be more elements to that. We'll go into that deeper as we go. But Pitt Winkle with our first super chat of the day. DJ Moore or Gerald Everett in the flex? Armchair, I'll let you take it first.
I feel like Gerald Everett is letting you down more often than you want, but I'm going with Everett in the flex today.
I don't trust DJ Moore. As long as Baker Mayfield is the quarterback, I don't trust DJ Moore at all.
They also have the Niners defense, which is just very good.
Well, and every week it looks like DJ Moore and Baker Mayfield just met each other about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
They can't get on the same page. I'm going Gerald Everett. I mean, I don't love it. I would be curious to know what your other options look like, because there's probably a low-key option that you can either pick up or is already on your roster that I'm going to like better. But based on the question that you asked, I will go there. Rob Johnson, a question for 2 separate leagues. Do I bench Herbert for Burrow today?
No.
I have Burrow ahead of Herbert this week. Burrow is, in terms of my quarterback rankings, I think Joe Burr is 4. And my top 3 is almost infallible. It will be Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, damn near every week. But I have Burrow 4, Mahomes 5, Herbert 6.
I like Herbert today. I like Burrow today. I don't think that's not really a huge choice. I don't think you're going to get burned either way there. If you're feeling good, if you have a stack anywhere, I would lean that way. But Burrow is safe. Herbert, I think, is also safe.
Yeah, I want all of the Cincinnati because they're playing a Baltimore defense that they just can't get after the quarterback. And this sets up to me as one of those, okay, Baltimore-Cincinnati is going to be a fucking track meet.
Yeah, I don't see how it goes any other way. Baltimore needs that win too, so I don't know if their defense hasn't been able to stop a nosebleed lately. So
no, and that's
the second half.
That's one of the games where I think they got the over/under wrong.
It's the over
47.5.
Yeah, they got that wrong.
My prelim on that was 53. I brought it down half a point. It's still 5 points off.
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
Sharp money on Baltimore, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Track meet.
Curris, we're like an AA meeting for sports. Feel free in the comments to check out what your drug of choice is. Mine has always been Devontae Parker. Says he's starting Trevor Lawrence over Justin Herbert today. It feels like that one can end up low scoring.
Cleveland's got a weird way of doing that. I'm pretty sure it's a black hole for offense.
Well, I mean, and you got to remember that Myles Garrett comes back today with no Rashawn Slater. And I get Jamari Sawyer was good last week. I have a funny feeling that that's not going to look as palatable this week.
Just don't let Tank talk into Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Oh, God. There's been no player in the history of the NFL that's gotten more traction on this show and not done dick with it.
Oh, DPJ.
Curtis followed that up with that Browns defense is nasty against tight ends, but with no Keenan, he's a sexier play than DJ for sure. I would agree.
Yeah, I don't fault that.
Let's see. Brian Haynes said he's all over Brady and Mike Evans stacked today against the Falcons. A lot of people are going to be on that. And I can't fault you for it. I understand why you're doing it. I don't think that's going to go the way you want it to.
No.
I mean, PFF had Brady as the number 7 quarterback this week, which is insane to me.
I can't imagine they're going to let him get anywhere below 10, as long as they have his balls on their shoulders.
I could very easily see that game being gross and 21 17 bugs.
They, I mean, they give up a bunch of yards, but it's not enough to make you go, oh yeah, they're definitely like, going to get crushed here. I think the Bucks win that, but I don't think
I do too.
I don't think it's running away the way that you want it to. It's also it's a division game. I don't know. Brady has not shown me anything. The yards that he got against Mahomes were kind of garbage yards at the end of that game, and he just didn't look the same. He's obviously going through a lot of personal issues right now. So could he come in and just show out? Sure, but I don't trust it until he shows me something that makes me want to put faith in him. I don't think I've played Brady in a DFS lineup for ages at this point.
It's been a minute. I've done it, but it's been a minute. And I will tell you this, something that I know as someone that was tortured by Todd Bowles for many years. Typically, when he goes too far one way and it burns him, he embraces the other side of that aggressively, which makes me think this is a Leonard Fournette week.
It is a Leonard Fournette week.
I mean, that's 6 carries for 3 yards last week. So I think you're going to steer too far into the skid. And I don't fault you. I understand why you're doing it. A lot of people are doing it. I just think this is a Leonard Fournette week.
Brian, keep playing that stack, though. If you're in the battle for the belt, I'll gladly take the W.
100%. R.A. Avila with our first.
The disrespect around this place is ending today.
Kicker question. Graham Gano in London or Tyler Bass at home? For me, that's Tyler Bass, not close.
Same.
Buffalo Bills are going to score 1 billion points today.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's Bass. That's easy.
Pennywise said there's a lot of people hurt in my lineup, so I have to go shop for at least 3 positions. I'm glad you asked that. Or glad you said that. Because there are a lot of players that are openly available that I am very high on this week. Zay Jones being one of them.
Little Zay Jones love.
Zay Jones is in my big DFS lineup for the week. And I think if he's not, you're doing it wrong.
The price is right.
He has 24 targets in the 3 games he's played. Been 9 or higher in 2 of the 3 he's played. The one where he didn't, they slaughtered Indianapolis, and it just wasn't the way they did it.
Yeah.
I could see Houston hanging around for longer than they should. They cannot deal with Zay Jones. This is one time that I actually half-ass like Derek Stingley on Christian Kirk. Zay Jones is going to get peppered with targets at 4,100. He is an easy DK play for me today.
4,100 is way too cheap.
So cheap. So cheap.
And you have to pay up for quarterback this week.
I think you do.
You likely have to pay up for running back, and we can talk about some of those because obviously we are both kind of, I think, on the same page for running back right now. You had a couple that you were very high on.
Oh, no doubt. Rob Johnson.
I'm your huckleberry.
With a question that will open Mr. Armchair up for something he mentioned to me in pre-pro this morning. Flex Breece Hall or Curtis Samuel?
I am high on the New York Jets today.
As am I.
It's a home game. I like Breece Hall. He is on my short list, and I would probably flex Breece Hall in that pick personally right now, Rob.
Where is Breece Hall in your rankings this week?
Somewhere in the 12, 13 range, I think, but it's...
He's 16 for me, and I want him higher.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. I'm saying he's 12, 13, but it feels like a disservice putting him there.
He's 16 for me, and I want him higher.
Yeah.
And now, in theory, he could be lower. If one of the New England Patriot running backs disappeared, and I knew exactly which one was getting all the carries, they'd be in my top 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a little malleable, but I like Breece Hall a lot today. Luis Misquion, I hope I said that right. Please tell me in the comments if I pronounced your name correctly. Guys, love the show. Lazard, Marquise Brown today, full PPR. It's Marquise Brown. To me, it's not even close.
Same.
Here's the thing. Marquise Brown's getting targets, and I'll ask you a fun question. How many receivers in the NFL do you think have played more snaps than Marquise Hollywood Brown?
Cooper Kupp?
Nope.
No?
They haven't run that many snaps.
Then I would say no one.
There are two, and they both played in the Thursday night game. Michael Pittman, with an extra game, has played one more snap than him, and Cortland Sutton's got him. Of guys that have only played 4 weeks, he's number one by a pretty good bit. It's him and Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And another guy that I want to talk about today, Devontae Smith.
He's kind of a must-play here.
I think he is. And here's the thing. Everybody's all in on Jalen Hurts, and they should be. It's really freaking expensive to go A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
I am a much bigger fan of going Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goederte.
And I don't see the fault in that.
I think it's going to be lower owned. Everybody immediately goes to A.J. Brown. You had a bootsy week last week from Devontae Smith. People are not going to remember that Jalen Hurts only threw for, 2 of 4?
Yeah.
They won't remember that. They go game log surfing. They see that he was bad last week and go, oh, now he's comfortable with A.J. Brown. Fuck that. Go Devontae Smith and do it with a big old smile on your face.
Don't even look back.
Bill Buttigieg, resident New England Patriots fan, asked, would you start Kareem Hunt or Damian Harris over formerly fat Jamal Williams, Damian Pierce?
Yeah.
Hunt's a no from me, dog.
I still can't get behind it.
I can't get behind Kareem Hunt. Now, Damian Harris, the thing about New England, one of those running backs is going to have a really good day. I just don't know which one it is.
That's almost a Lee Corso. It's almost a not so fast.
Not so fast, my friend.
It's really close. Bill, you know this. You're a Pats guy too. The Patriots will run Harris. He'll get a ton of yardage, but Ramondre will get the goal line punch. And if you go the other way, if you bench Harris, then they'll flip it on you. Because Bill is the spawn of Satan,
and he hates your fantasy teams. He doesn't want you to have fun, and he doesn't care that you buy his merchandise because he's a douche weasel.
He cuts his sleeves off his hoodie.
He does. You're a Patriots fan. I want to see how close you come to this. What is the snap count percentage on Ramondre Stevenson and Damian Harris?
Oh, it's very close. I had the numbers like last week. It's like 54 to like 52 or something ridiculous like that. Ramondre's got a slight edge.
51.8 to 40.2.
Yeah, it's not all that up. It is so close to 50-50. It's not even funny.
And the reason that people are so high on the reason that people are so high on Damian Harris because he scored.
Yes.
He scored 3 touchdowns. That's been the difference. So for the 4 running backs that Bill asked, I would go Damian Pierce 1, formerly fat Jamal Williams 2, Damian Harris 3, Kareem Hunt 4.
Yeah, and I think that's about where I'm at.
I know you're not high on formerly fat Jamal Williams this week.
No, I think that Patriot defense is a lot better than people think.
It's not a great matchup. It's just the amount of tote he's going to get.
They're going to play him. He's going to get opportunity. I think this is going to be a lot closer of a game at home. Pat the Patriot on the middle of the field again for whatever that's worth. I think that this is probably a gross game.
20 plus touches both weeks that there's been no DeAndre Swift.
Yes.
Look, there's just not many running backs that do that. If you look across the league, the only running backs in the NFL that average 20-plus touches a week are Miles Sanders, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon. Those guys are no doubt every week starts, and it's because they're so good. It's also because of how safe their touch floor is.
The time of possession game is going to dictate what Detroit's going to be able to do in this game, because that is what New England's game plan was against Aaron Rodgers, and it almost worked, except Aaron Rodgers is really good at football. But this is a team that they'll just take the ball and keep it as long as they can, and that will impact touch count.
I agree with you. I like Jamal Williams to a point this week. I'm not in a rush to put him in DFS lineups, but if I have him in season long, I'm totally fine.
He's a start. Yeah, absolutely.
Satisfied Browns fan asked J.K. Dobbins or Raheem Mostert. For me, this is not even close.
J.K. Dobbins.
It's J.K. Dobbins by a lot. Ooh, let me tell you a fun story. The Jets are really fucking good against the run. And that's playing against Joe Mixon, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, Lamar Jackson. The numbers don't show that. Miami cannot run a greasy peg up a cat's ass.
No.
I don't like anything for Miami today.
No, I don't.
I really don't. Now, I will say this. If somehow Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill don't go, I would like Mike Gesicki.
Sure. You guys aren't great against tight ends.
And genuinely not because I like him at all, but because they have to throw it to fucking somebody.
Somebody's going to get the ball. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Do I put so the answer there is J.K. Dobbins, and I like Dobbins a lot this week.
Yeah.
In my running back rankings, J.K. Dobbins is in my top 16.
Yeah, he would have to be.
I like it. He's going to have one of those games eventually. I'm not sure it's this week, but he is almost certainly a start.
Yeah.
Luis Antolijo? Please tell me in the comments if I said your name right. I hate butchering people's names. I have been called Jeremy Greene by enough fucking telemarketers. Do I put Zay Jones in for Brandon Ayuk? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And look, it's not that I don't like Ayuk. We're in a Carolina market. We are Panthers affiliates. They are going to scatter, smother, and fucking cover the Panthers today.
I don't see any way around it.
Are you on Jeff Wilson? A lot of people are. He is going to be stupidly popular on DraftKings.
No, I'm not really.
Is there any specific reason you're not? Because there's a specific reason that I'm not.
Shanahan. I just don't okay, so Wilson's good.
He's fine.
Good. He's not. There are other options out there. So he's 5,500 today. I'd rather pay up on DraftKings and take Dameon Pierce, who I think will get a lot more play.
I would agree. I'll tell you a fun story about San Francisco that it's almost hard to wrap your brain around. In the last 2 weeks, since Tyrion Davis-Price went down,
yep,
Jeff Wilson's had 15 touches and 18 touches. How many has any other running back on the San Francisco 49ers had total? In 2 weeks, any running back not named Jeff Wilson.
8.
Singular. And in those 2 games, Jeff Wilson has averaged 13 fantasy points, which is fine, but at 5,500 on DraftKings, that's not what I'm looking for.
You need more.
He just doesn't get in the end zone. When they get to the 5-yard line, they start looking for Kittle, they start looking for Debo, they start doing cute shit. So to get back to the original question, I would certainly put Zay Jones in over Ayuk. I don't love anything for San Francisco today.
No, they're going to win that game, but I don't know if it's going to be fantasy relevant.
I would agree with that. I could see it being just dispersed. I love the defense. If you can get to the defense somehow on DraftKings all the way, it's just very expensive.
It is.
Let's see here. Penguin Master asked, should I start Mostert or David Montgomery? I don't know that David Montgomery is going to play, and if he does, I think he's going to be on snap count.
That's an awful.
Yeah, that's not one that I want to do. So allow me to look to the rankings and see if there is somebody that is readily available. Obviously the Algiers and guys that we have talked about. Somebody that I would like, but Isaiah Pacheco, if he was just readily available.
He's surprisingly available.
Yeah, he is, because he's the best running back on that team. I don't care what fantasy numbers say. Clyde Edwards-Helaire keeps getting in the end zone. That does not mean he's good at football.
He didn't mean to.
God, running back just blows this week.
It really blows. If this is DFS, there's like.
I'm gonna assume that's a season-long question. I think you may be stuck, and if you are, it's Mostert.
Yeah.
Because I just don't trust Montgomery. Zion2215 said, "Go Pack, go." Yep. I'm gonna tell you a fun story. It was been with me since I was a child. I'm just gonna change a name around. When I was but a boy, my father was very into the Florida State Seminoles. And then he spent a lot of years chasing women, and then he got back into Florida State. And one day I asked him, why, after all those years chasing women, did you get back into Florida State? And he said, son, women won't always fuck you. Florida State will always fuck you.
That's a ding of the bell, I think.
That doesn't have as much cachet when it's not the Jets, because Florida State hadn't sucked but for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Rob Johnson said, I'm benching Najee Harris for Damian Harris. Thoughts? I can't get there.
Najee's the only viable weapon. If you told me Damian Harris was the only Patriot running back,
that's where I'm at.
I think you'd be fine.
I'm the huckleberry.
I think he's going to give you 8 to 10 fantasy points. I think Najee has higher upside.
I would agree. If somehow Ramondre disappeared, got abducted by aliens, whatever the case may be, I would be in for that. I can't get there yet. But, I mean, I understand it. And Damian Harris may outscore him. I don't necessarily think the upside is there. Pitwinkle with another super chat. It's just that easy. If you want to get your question jumped in line, throw out a super chat there. Just a little appreciation to me and Mr. Armchair. My other flex options are Josh Reynolds or Tony Pollard. I'm going to assume that goes back to the DJ Moore, Gerald Everett question.
I would assume so, yeah.
I would go
Pollard?
I would go Pollard unless Amon-Ra doesn't play. I'm pretty sure DJ Chark's going to play. If Amon-Ra doesn't play, then
Tom Pelissero has Amon-Ra as going today as of right now.
Okay.
That's not official on the inactives yet. Obviously, Pelissero knows what's going on. He's in there.
Yeah, we won't know inactives for about 2.5 more hours. Good God, that seems a long way away when you say it that way.
He is expected to go.
Indeed. Let's see. Paul Richardson said Alvin Kamara is about to go off. Ooh, would you like to hear the number of running backs that I have as better value on DraftKings than Alvin Kamara today?
Can I hear it again?
Would you like to hear it again? He's a numero uno.
I think he has to be today.
He's in a lights out matchup against Seattle with Andrew Dalton. I love Alvin Kamara today. He was the second player I put into DraftKings lineups this week. My player pool was how tight was your player pool this week?
Very.
If you don't know what we're talking about, player pool is basically when you go to set your lineups, you call out everyone you don't want, and you wind up with mine's usually about 30 players deep. Mine was 14 dudes this week.
Yeah, I have some people that I'm interested in on DFS, but not necessarily that I'm going to play.
I felt like putting DraftKings lineups together this week, I felt like I was playing that game with the pegs at Cracker Barrel. Do you have Cracker Barrel in Canada?
We have them in Toronto.
Okay.
We don't have them all the way out in my little small fishing town. It's not actually a small fishing town. It's really a city, but I'm being.
So I will tell you, as a Canadan, that is how people think the South is, and it's not. We go to Cracker Barrel and go, wow, look how 1956 this is.
Yeah.
Brothers
And then
don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Oh, Calvo, welcome to the channel. I have a feeling you're going to hear that a lot of times today.
We love it. We love it. Welcome in.
Welcome in. We appreciate you. All right, we got to get through some questions here. Tank is better at running this shit than I am. Chauncey, who was with us at the Village Porch, he said we're hilarious. We appreciate you. That's about all I offer, and my wife will tell you very similar. Should I flex Dallas Goedert or Damian Pierce today? Half PPR.
Ooh.
If it was full PPR, I would say Goedert.
Yeah, I think it's the other way though. With
I do too.
Pierce in the half.
If it was no PPR, it would be Pierce by a lot. If it was full PPR, it would be Goddard by a little. Half, I will go Pierce pretty clearly. One Nation said, is the London game not on regular television? I'm not going to lie to you. The television is behind my head. So Tank sets those things up. Last week, it's on NFL Network, which we do not get in this studio. Yes, I do see the irony in that. We do have a DC stream stick, though, that allows us to have these things. So
if you know, you know.
If you want all the games, all you got to do, reach out to Pitwinkle, myself, Tank. We can tell you. We know what the business is. Luis asked, who should I put in my 2 flex spots? He has formerly fat Jamal Williams, Drake London, J.K. Dobbins, Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, that's tough. Say the names again.
Formerly fat Jamal Williams, Drake London, J.K. and Ayuk.
J.K.'s got to go in there, doesn't he?
I think J.K. and Jamal both have to be in there. I would say it's Jamal Williams, J.K. Dobbins, and then a pretty big drop-off. If Kyle Pitts was playing, I would like Drake London better.
Yeah.
Because the way you've always been able to attack Tampa Bay is with tight ends. And this is going to sound kind of cyclical, but they're going to use Drake London kind of as a tight end this week. I could see him playing a lot out of the slot and trying to pick up that Kyle Pitts slack.
I think it's going to be tough. His cost isn't great either on draft.
No, it's not.
Again, another guy that I'm interested in, but probably won't touch. Last week we had the lineup of guys that were not playing. I don't think we can do that this week because everybody's pretty well in. It's such a small player pool.
Yeah, there are people out this week, but nobody that I'm losing my mind over so far. Let's see. Spy Coffee 456. We're like an AA meeting for sports. Feel free to throw your drug of choice in the comments. Mine's been Devontae Parker for a long time and starting to think that I might have an Alvin Kamara problem. Pick one. Scary Terry, Hollywood Brown, Chris Olave.
Oh. Maybe Marquise Brown. Chris Olave might be the play here.
Oh, first of all, that's a good problem to have because I like all 3 of them.
Yeah, they're all good guys.
I believe in Washington this week. I picked Washington this week.
I don't believe in Tennessee any week. They won the loser bowl against the Raiders.
You know what? I'm gonna say it's Olave. It's close, and I have Hollywood ahead of him in the rankings, but the matchup's not very good. And that's kind of a case-by-case basis. I like Olave better with Andrew Dalton than I do with Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Eric Miller asked, is a Jacksonville stack in DFS worth it today? Trevor Lawrence, J-Rob, Zay Jones.
What's T-Law going for on?
He's cheap. He's cheap as shit. 53?
He's 56.
56.
And Zay Jones is worth it.
Zay Jones is a no-doubter for me.
Yeah.
I could see Lawrence paying off his salary. He's only done that one time all year. But, I mean, they throw enough that he could do it. He's just not – he never gets out of the pocket.
If you're like – God, this is where I'm at. So, Zach Wilson's 5,300. Against the Dolphins, and I still like that better than the extra 300 you would pay up to get Jacksonville. I don't love it. I was on it last week. It's probably going to be a shootout. Houston has a way of doing that.
Let's see. Let's try to go a little. So I'm gonna say it's worth doing.
Yeah.
It's not something I'm running out to do, but it's worth doing. Let's see. Colin Greene asked about, is the sun god back today? It does appear that way. That's Amon-Ra St. Brown. R.A. Avila, Waddle, Curtis Samuel, Debo, pick 2 half PPR. Debo's the no-doubter.
And Curtis Samuel.
I agree with you. Waddle probably gets a lot of DJ Reed today. And that's the best corner in the NFL that nobody outside of me talks about.
He's going to get played today.
He's a whittle feller, but he's really, really, really good. So, yeah, I will agree with Armchair, Curtis Samuel, Debo.
Yep.
Luis asked, what do you think of my running back duo, Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones? I have Jamal Williams and J.K. Dobbins. Can't trade. Who should I be using, and is there anyone on waivers? The answer on waivers is probably going to be no unless you're in a small league.
Yeah.
I mean, Algier is usable, but somebody probably snapped him up Wednesday. And frankly, you have 4 good running backs here. This week, I'm going to be honest with you, I think I'd play both of the backups. I think I'd play Jamal Williams and J.K. Dobbins over Josh Jacobs and Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not wild about Aaron Jones, and I don't know why. I don't have a great reason for that. It's just there's a split with A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon's going to have a week. Now, Aaron Jones is going to have a week, too. I just don't think it's today.
It's not today. Usually he has one late week or late season.
Tammy Buchanan, she has asked for help. Josh Reynolds or DJ Moore. And Carson Wentz or Geno Smith.
Oh, God.
I have to go Josh Reynolds over DJ Moore.
Yeah, again.
And I know that sounds gross to say out loud. And now I don't. Now if Amon-Ra and DJ Chark are up, it's hard for me to go with Josh Reynolds. I would really like to know who is available to you, because Josh Reynolds is completely irrelevant if the receiving room is healthy. He's the 4th option behind Hawk, Amon-Ra, and Chark. And so I would be curious who is on waivers. If you want to throw a follow-up to that, tell me who's on. If it has to be those 2, I would go Josh Reynolds. But actually, you know what? I wouldn't. I'd go DJ Moore.
All right. So I did just while we were dickering around, I played around and loaded up a Trevor Lawrence stack lineup. You want to hear what you can do with
let's answer the other side of her question, and we'll come back to that.
Yeah. Wentz or
Geno.
Wentz today.
I think it's Wentz today.
If you had asked us last week, it was Geno Smith's season.
Yeah, we were all in on Geno last week.
Rightfully so.
Oh yeah, it was second highest scorer in fantasy football last week.
Yeah,
but that was against the Lions. This is against the Saints team that is pissed.
Yes.
I have a funny feeling on Wentz today. I think he's a good play today. Let's see. Make sure I don't skip anybody here. West Virginia Willie asked Rashad Penny or Pacheco. My running back room is on disability this week. It's Rashad Penny, but it's close.
Yeah.
Rashad Penny's just getting the workload. For whatever reason, they drafted Ken Walker in the 2nd round and went, hey, we don't fucking like you.
That bothers me so much.
It does me too. It's so annoying. Don't take running backs that high and then just bury them behind guys you already had.
I also I think he's got the talent. He's raw, but I think he's got the talent. I just wish they would play him. And Pete Carroll's never been that guy, and I don't like it. So get him out.
Our buddy Lisa asked Clyde Edwards-Helaire, A.J. Dillon today. P.S. My Niners might get Matt Rule fired today. I don't disagree with that in the least.
CEH is probably the play, unfortunately. I don't mind Dillon, though. Where are you at with Dillon and Helaire?
It's Helaire.
He doesn't mean to be,
but it's all because of the matchup. It's not because he's any good.
Yeah.
He blows dead bears, but he gets in the end zone. So, I mean, I'll go Clyde Edwards-Helaire in spite of the fact that I don't want to.
Yes.
And I'll also say you may very well be right that your 49ers get Matt Rule fired and give us a hell of a topic for Monday morning. For Monday afternoon. Rob Johnson, simple as that. Just chuck your super chats out there. Jump right in line. Wentz or Cousins, Hollywood Brown, Curtis Samuel. It's Hollywood over Curtis Samuel for me.
Cousins had my interest for about 3 minutes, but then I remembered that they're playing the Bears, and I feel like it's going to be I don't know.
I
It
could
should be a
see
blowout, right?
it should be an ass kicking.
But is that a Dalvin Cook game, or is that a Jefferson goes for 200 yards?
Well, I mean, that's the thing with blowouts. This is the Al Zedenville line. In a blowout, you had to get to the blowout somehow.
Yeah.
So, yes, you don't get as many attempts. You don't get as many, all of those things. I would go Cousins over Wentz. It's damn close. I have both of them in the.
I like them both.
I have Cousins at 10. No, I have Cousins at 11. I have Wentz at 13.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're both QB1s for me. It's a good situation to be in. I would go Cousins. But just know there is a risk that they absolutely blow the doors off the Bears, and it's never close.
This lineup will also help answer where I stand with, I think it's Tyler's question that's next. So I went Trevor Lawrence, J-Rob, and Zay Jones with the stack. I managed to get Kamara. I could play Devonta Smith, Ty Conklin, the Jets defense, Nick Chubb at flex. Gabe Davis is my third wide receiver.
That is so close to a lineup that I'm playing today that it is pitiful.
And that answers your Tyler, my question, where I stand on Tyler's question, which is Gabe Davis in the flex.
Oh, look at you. I would also go Gabe Davis over A.J. Dillon. Somebody for the Bills is going to go Nanners today, and I fully believe it's going to be Gabriel Davis.
Yeah.
Let's see. Eric Miller asked, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Kirk, full PPR. Can play both. With one in the flex, would have to bench Dobbins or Herbert. I'm going to assume that's Khalil Herbert, and this is not a super flex.
Yeah.
I would play both over J.K. Dobbins. I mean, I'm slightly down on Christian Kirk this week, but it's not enough. I mean, I think those are two top 10 wide receivers damn near every week.
Yeah. M85's asking the real tough questions here. Fluffy hot pancakes or fluffy hot waffles?
Oh, it's waffles.
It's got to be waffles.
It's waffles. A waffle is just a pancake with syrup holders.
Yeah.
By the way, so if you've listened to our ESPN show for any period of time, you know Eddie Fox, the country morning guy that's in the studio next to us. He has discovered that having a fat ass in the studio next to him leads to all kinds of fun creativity. The Zaxby's Buffalo Chicken Salad. It is not on the menu. You have to make it yourself, but trust me, wonderful. He messaged me yesterday and do I know?
Audio complaints again.
Oh, yeah.
I'm too down, so.
Yeah, Tank will be here hopefully momentarily, and he can do all of the audio things. I have to be careful with my. So the way the audio works is when Tank is over there, he can deal with the levers. I have to set it in a way, because I'm on the other side of the desk, that I have to set it to where I'm not blowing your eardrums out and he is audible. I can always get louder. So I've got me turned way down and him turned pretty high up, but it's not balanced.
Yep.
But that will be resolved momentarily. Paul Richardson said he's all over Debo. I would agree. I like Debo a lot today. I have no idea who's supposed to stop him for Carolina. Rob Johnson asked, would you flex Ramondre Stevenson or Curtis Samuel?
Ooh. Samuel by a smidge.
I would agree. No, I wouldn't. I'll go Ramondre Stevenson.
You go Ramondre?
I'll go Ramondre. Let's see. Satisfied Browns fan. Oh, I skipped one. My bad, satisfied Browns fan. Olave or Amon-Ra. If Amon-Ra's playing, he's a no-doubt go.
Yes, always.
If Amon-Ra St. Brown is in a jersey, you play him. He is a top 5 wide receiver in his league. But, I mean, I like Olave, too. So whoever that third receiver is going to have to be pretty damn good for me to keep Olave out. Chauncey asked Taysom Hill or Schultz for tight end 2. I wish I didn't have either one. Today, you're going to be really happy that you have Dalton Schultz. He's one of my favorite plays on DraftKings today. 3,400. You have Jalen Ramsey on CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup is enough over the top to take a little pressure off Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz has a big one today.
It's going to be his game. It's got to be his game.
I would agree. Daniel Hillman said he traded Jamal Williams, Najee Harris, and T.J. Hawkinson. What did you get back?
I hope a lot.
I would hope a lot. My not actually related cousin Colin Greene, Romeo Doubs, or Garrett Wilson?
Doubs. No, Wilson. One of those receivers is going to have a big day on the Jets. One of them.
I have Doubs slightly ahead of Garrett Wilson. I don't actually think you can go wrong with either one. Speaking of that, if you have Packers questions, Giants questions, we got about 10 minutes on those. So if you have a question, last week we had a bunch of those that we didn't get to. I'm trying to get through the chat as quick as I can.
People are so confident in their picks with the Packers, they don't need us.
And I totally understand that. Let's see. Jared Patterson asked who is QB3 in the draft behind Young and Stroud. Still Will Levis, and I think his stock went up yesterday without him playing. Because you lost to South Carolina without him. Ooh. Logan Trevino asked, Amon St. Brown, Mike Williams, only if St. Brown is cleared. Also, if you pick St. Brown for my flex, do you go Mike Williams, Devin Singletary, Rashad Penny? I'd start both. I'd go Amon and Mike Williams.
I think you have to.
I would. Devin Singletary, I mean, yeah, they could blow out. They're going to blow out Pittsburgh today. But I actually see that more on Zach Moss and James Cook than I do on Singletary.
Same. They've
made it very clear that Devin Singletary is the one at running back. Brent Cottonella said Diggs is going to go nuts today. I would agree mightily because I have absolutely no idea who's supposed to stop him for Pittsburgh.
No one's going to stop him for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's in over their head here.
R.A. Avila is trying to put some divide between us. In general, who is better, the Jets or the Patriots?
In general?
Just sheer talent. Which team's better?
The Jets.
I would agree.
The Jets on defense have three no doubt guys right away. Your wide receivers are more talented.
They dogs. We got them dogs.
Yeah.
And I feel like Zach Wilson's been in Giselle's DMs all week, so he's feeling bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Man knows what he likes.
By the way, I know that's been hypothesized a lot. You want to be Joe Willie Jr.? That's how you become Joe Willie Jr. Pennywise said, let's see, flex Brandon Cooks or Damian Pierce. For me, it's Pierce.
It's got to be Pierce.
I don't trust any pass catcher for Houston as long as long neck like a giraffe Davis Mills is the point guy.
You know I love my Brandon Cooks lines.
You do love Brandon Cooks, but I think even you're on my side with Damian Pierce.
You have to play Pierce. Let's not. Don't get stupid with it.
I mean, Pierce to me is almost a week in, week out start.
His trajectory is going the way that you want. So week 1, like 5 points. Week 2, almost 9. Week 3, he had 18, and that's when they realized, oh wait, he's good at football. Week 4, 28.9. He might not get 28.9, but he is definitely a floor guy. You're not going to be upset with what
he's very good at the footballs. He was out-touched by Rex Burkhead in week 1, 19-12. Do you know what the touch share is since?
I don't know, 100-8?
58-14. In the 3 weeks since, he has out-touched Rex Burkhead 58-14.
Realized really quickly that someone was much better at
football. Yeah, they realized Rex Burkhead sucks a lot. So away we go.
Yep.
Brett Cottonella asked Ramondre or Khalil Herbert. I'll go Ramondre today. I think the Bears just get the piss beat out of them.
Yeah, I'm also on Ramondre today.
Calvo, morning, guys. Sit one in PPR, Najee, CEH, Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks.
I'm tempted to say Najee, but I agree. CEH is the no-doubter, and I'm a big proponent of always play your studs. So, I mean, look, I know he hasn't been good. I know he's been infuriating. I get it.
You kind of have to.
I do think Kenny Pickett helps Najee to a point.
Sure.
Brent Continental asked, do you eat candy corn? I would literally rather eat wax paper.
No. That's a
wax paper, cat shit, kitty litter. I'm going very heavy cat here, but yeah. I think that's
candy corn's so underrated.
There we go. Oh, hold on. You're gonna have to go that way.
Oh, this way?
Yeah. And
you want me to squat?
Well,
you want me to squat like this?
Ideally, yes. It makes things go much easier. Hold on, you talk. I'll deal with the frames.
I like candy corns.
Of course you do.
I like all those mellow creams, the little pumpkins.
There is nobody on the planet that it surprises me less that they like candy corn than you. Oh, now that you're here, I can go have a heater.
I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying it's okay. It's okay.
Dupe. There we go. And ta-da.
Damn arm kills me.
Yeah, every time Seth does high school football, all of the things are not on the board, and your mic is just in hell. I noticed that this morning.
We actually got a Giants-Packers question
from
Deacon. Rodgers or Goff, and then Devontae Smith or
Deontay Johnson. I will go Devontae Smith by quite a ways. And I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers has a good day today.
I think he does too. Look,
I'm really high
the
on
New
him.
York Giants so far this year have played dog shit quarterbacks.
This game's closer than people think.
Maybe so.
That's my point, is that I actually think the Giants are better than most.
Maybe so. But that Giants secondary has not been tested all year long.
You know, the Packers.
You get Aaron Rodgers. I get that he doesn't have the weapons, but I think Romeo's going to have a huge day.
I like Romeo today. You also have to remember the Packers are, I think, the 7th worst defense in the NFL against the run, and that's having gone up against Dalvin Cook, who's good, David Montgomery, Leonard Fournette, Ramondre Stevenson, and Damian Harris. What do you think the best 4-game stretch for a running back in Giants history is going to do?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm all in on Rodgers today. Good catch on that, Armchair. Joshua Penix asked, Geno or Mariota?
I trust neither of them, but Geno, I guess, if I had to. That Saints team is pissed, and I don't think you're going to get a ton out of him. Mariota hasn't shown me a lick, and we were high on him, hoping for a big showing last week, and what's he got, the Buccaneers this week? Ugh. I think that's going to be a gross fest.
I would agree. All right, now that Tank's here, you are at
Satisfied Browns fan?
Nope. Yep, that's right.
Robinson or Pierce for the backup running back spot?
I have talked enough about Dameon Pierce that I think everyone knows which side of that I want.
Are you? So you're hot and heavy on Dameon Pierce today?
Drunk on him.
Drunk.
Still on Dameon Pierce today. Haven't left. Absolutely no chance. And Robinson will have a good game. That matchup is good for him, but I think that it's still got to be Pierce.
I think you're right. I think you're both spot on that one. Mostert from Stephen Towle. Mostert, Brees, Hall, J.K. Dobbins, bench 1, and he's leaning Dobbins.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Say it again.
Bench Mostert.
Yeah.
Brees is going to have a good game. Dobbins is a must start. And I think that, and Jeremy's mentioned this before, the the Jets defense versus running backs has been quite impressive, to say the least. And I mean, obviously, it's got a Jeremy tinge to it, but
Right.
when you're not wrong, you're not wrong. They've played some really good running backs and held them to very little toe. So I don't think that Mostert gets a ton of play here.
I can't disagree with that. Mostert's fine, but I feel like he doesn't have a ceiling. I mean, like, he has a very low ceiling.
Yeah, he'll get play. Like, he'll be on the field. They'll try to use him. I don't see it. I think I'm so high on the Jets this week. I'm not +7. I'm not Jets +7, but I'm pretty high. I'm not quite where you were when they were playing the Patriots and got.
Yeah, I think I am. Without Tua, I think I really am.
I think you have to be.
Soccer 14 wants to know, do I trade Isaiah McKenzie and Tony Pollard for Dameon Pierce? I would say if you get somebody in on that, hell yeah.
Yeah, I would absolutely smash the bell and take that. I don't see how you can. Pierce is a no-doubt start.
And it does not matter format for me.
No, I would agree with that.
Do I start Herbert or Pollard? So Khalil Herbert or Tony Pollard today?
We've talked a little bit about this Browns game. It has the fixin' for a blowout. And I just don't know what Khalil Herbert can do. He will absolutely get play. But Pollard is risky, I think. He'll also get play. I might be Herbert by a smidge on that one.
I think I'm on Herbert as well. Because, I don't see a way that they're competitive, but again, I go back with the Bears. Like, who else are they going to give the ball to?
No one.
It's got to be Khalil Herbert. If they're going to do anything on offense, it'll be the Khalil Herbert show.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, so how many yards? Give me a yardage range. What do you think the Chicago Bears offense is going to be able to do today against Minnesota?
For Herbert or in?
No, I'm just saying in general, the entire offense.
200 and something.
200 and something. How much of that 200 and something does Justin Fields throw for?
7 yards.
7 yards.
I didn't hear any of the lead up to that. But
less than half.
Less than half. So that means that there is 65% of all of that is gonna have to go to somebody.
It's got to. Like, look, they're probably going to be sub 200. It's probably going to be a sub 200-yard game. I think that Herbert will get the majority of the offensive opportunity. They're going to be down, though. They're going to be down. They have no other options.
Exactly. Herbert or Pollard? Jeremy Greene.
Pollard.
Really?
Yeah. Why would I not have 9 in the box? The entire game. What am I scared of? You have one player that can actually hurt me. Why would I not put 9 guys in the box and just go, let Fuckstick over here beat me? By the way,
that's the way we weren't thinking.
This is a total aside. So Troll Patrol will be coming back this week. I love when people call me Floster dumbass. That's first of all, it's not original. It's been said no less than 200 times.
Yeah, like the day you came up with Floster dumbass, I started calling you Floster dumbass.
Yeah, some smartass that's a Notre Dame fan called me a yapping head that has no idea what I'm fucking talking about. Let me look directly in this camera and go, I'll go betting slip for betting slip with anybody that wants to. Was yesterday ugly? It sure was. I am the only person I know that puts up 20 gambling picks a week. So, I mean, anytime that you want to do that, feel free. I am not a hard man to find.
R.A. Avila says Dalton Schultz or Hayden Hurst. I've already heard you guys
Schultzy.
Oh, Dalton Schultz
going
by a
Dalton
lot.
Schultz.
Dalton Schultz by a lot.
Yeah.
I love him this week.
Matt Stifler says sitting Najee to put Juju and Josh Palmer in my flex spots and Dylan in my RB2 full PPR.
Dylan's certainly a play today. That's ballsy, but I can't tell you it's wrong.
He says I could play Isaiah McKenzie in one of their spots. Should I be worried about Juju's injury?
Juju's injury, I'm not overly worried about. I wouldn't. I mean, I have to play Najee Harris. Because see, here's the thing. You're going to sit Najee, and you're going to get burnt one of these weeks of the workload is ridiculous. And I do think Kenny Pickett helps him.
What's the general rule about studs again?
Never sit your studs.
Never sit your studs.
And Najee is the stud on that Pittsburgh.
Austin Eckler. Everybody was ready to jump ship last week. Then what happened? By the way, everybody's drunk on him this week. Be very wary of that.
Yeah,
Not saying he didn't go off. Just saying you were looking at one game against the Texans. Remember, it's the fucking Texans.
I would play Isaiah McKenzie over Josh Palmer, but that's just me.
I would not. There's no Keenan Allen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Keenan Allen's out.
I did not see that he had got ruled out again.
That's why everybody's drunk on Eckler.
Tank would also play DPJ over
100%. One of these days, he's going to have the day, and y'all are going to be like, I wish I had DPJ in my lineup. And I will, because I'm never sitting him. He's a must start.
Let's see. Let's just look at game logs here. All right, Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Don't do that. We don't need to go down that road.
Has he ever broken 100 yards in an NFL game?
No.
Oh, he did once. 101. Tremendous.
Why you got to go supporting your arguments with facts?
Exactly. Facts don't care about my feelings, and I don't like that.
Yeah, Donovan Peoples-Jones has like 4 more touchdowns than I do. I'm still stuck on the guy that called me flustered dumbass. At like 4 o'clock in the fucking morning too. That's a lot of vitriol to wake up at 4 o'clock. It also could be a lot of domestic life.
That's the first thing on your mind when you wake up.
That's fine. Yeah, hey, good for Notre Dame. They beat BYU. Awesome.
That mullet-headed motherfucker.
Yeah, that son of a bitch.
Talking shit.
I thought Notre Dame was going to wash our hair. Well, and here's the thing. You know what I learned from that game? Neither one of you are worth a fuck.
Not a damn thing.
So, hey, here's what I learned. You both suck. So there's that.
West Virginia Willie wants to know if T. Higgins is still hurt.
He's fine. He'll be up tonight, and he is a guy I like a lot.
DFS question from Eric Miller: do we go Garrett Wilson or Robert Woods? And it's Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson by a lot.
Oh, mile and a half.
Garrett Wilson's good at footballs.
I mean, Treylon Burks is on IR now, so I guess the thought is, well, they gotta throw it to somebody, but. To me, Robert Woods is one of those that I got to see it to believe it.
I also don't like Treylon Burks not being up. That makes me like him less.
Because he's going to get the best coverage.
He always gets the best coverage. And now he gets the safety over the top, too.
Mm-hmm.
You catch 2 or 3 balls, okay, I'm not overly worried about Nick Westbrook-Akina, which, other than having a fun name to say, not very good at footballs.
So Stifler says, are we worried about T. Higgins? Because his only other options are in the early game. So
no, I'm not worried about Tegan.
All right. Joshua Penix, Garrett Wilson, or Brandon Cooks?
Garrett Wilson.
No doubt.
I don't trust anybody that only catches passes for the Houston Texans until they don't have a giraffe playing quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You know damn well that I'm high on the Jets today and that's from a Patriot fan, so you have to know that it's got to be legit.
Budacek says candy corn tastes like melted clothes hangers.
He's right, and I'm going to use that line. I'll give you the credit for it because that's the best way I've ever heard that said.
I've never eaten a melted clothes hanger, but if they taste that way, then maybe I'll start.
I've never eaten cat shit, but I would assume I would like it better than
it's actually cheaper though to buy the candy corn than it is to buy the coat hangers and melt them down.
Yes, and frankly.
That should tell you everything you need to know about candy corn.
And frankly, you can never have enough coat hangers.
Because they're not real.
And now you buy them, and a week later you need more, and it's just a vicious cycle that ultimately ends up with.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
Mellow creams are just sugar mixed in with melted crayon, and I don't know how to explain it. I've kind of always liked it, but I can only eat like 3 or 4. That's it. Then I've had enough. Like, oh, these are good. Okay, we'll have some more next year. Soccer wants to know Curtis Samuel. Oh, no, that's his explanation of his wide receivers.
Lisa said, I'll never start another Patriot. That's not a bad way to go about life.
Lisa, you should never start Patriots in fantasy. They're not unless you had Randy Moss.
Unless you have Ramondre Stevenson this week.
I was going to say,
the Detroit Lions
but even
bad.
Against the Detroit Lions,
they're awful.
The Lions have no defense.
Correct.
And the Patriots have at least shown the ability to put up some points. I think Devontae Parker's going to have a good day this week.
I don't. I like the running backs and nothing else.
Nothing
End
else.
of message, repeat the line. I could genuinely see the Patriots running 50 times today. It would not shock me at all.
But will they not have to throw the ball to keep up?
No.
Really?
Jared Goff's not going to go into New England and go ham sandwich on them. That's not how this is going to go.
Okay.
People also undervalue how good Jonathan Jones and Jack Jones are, and they match up so well with this Lions offense.
Jack Jones is a guy. He is a dude.
I think somebody said that. Oh, is that Fluster Dumbass guy? I'm going to get a lot of traction out of this today. I can already tell.
That was the nicest thing Jeremy said about the Patriots all year long, and will stay that way.
Yep.
But he is a dude.
Yeah, Bill should trade every first-round pick for 5 fifth-rounders.
Yes. Never draft in the first round again.
Jesus Christ of the league.
You were bad at this. You skipped DJ DuVernay.
Yeah.
Who?
As a matter of fact, you skipped
Everybody
DJ
in
DuVernay.
between there.
Yeah. He said, got a tough question, flex full PPR today, and I'm glad somebody asked this question. Reynolds with Monra back or George Pickens? It's George Pickens by a lot.
I have George Pickens in a couple of DFS lineups.
I do too.
Because he is cheap and he is the one beneficiary that is going to really pay off with Kenny Pickett in there.
You have to remember, Kenny Pickett took a lot of snaps with the second team. George Pickens took a lot of snaps with the second team early. Yeah. That's the one receiver he will have good rapport with off the jump. And I can't emphasize this enough, who's going to be on him? Because Buffalo's killed in the secondary. And George Pickens is the one big matchup nightmare they have. Security blanket for little tiny hands, Kenny Pickett.
Nice. Okay, now are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Jesus
It's
Christ
not so much of me being ready as you skipping people's comments.
Well, you missed Stone Sports too, so before
I'm your Huckleberry.
Oh no, there we go.
Where the hell is Stone Sports?
No, he's below. I got you. I see where you're at.
Okay. All right.
Eric Miller with a thank you super chat. He's headed to Sequoia to shoot 120, and I will go ahead and tell you that's a real good course to shoot 120 on.
Very difficult.
It's real fucking long. That is the only golf course I've ever had 2 eagles in the same round, though. Also enlisted somebody I don't know to go, holy fuck! I hit like a 370 drive because it hit a hill and just bounced like a motherfucker.
Nice.
And I almost hit him on another hole. And when I got to the ball, he went, holy fuck! And he looked at the 4 of us and went, it had to be the fat one. The fat one is the only one that could hit a ball that far.
Is that the one out in Cherokee?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one that's teamed up with the casino.
Gotcha.
That's one of my favorite golf shot reactions.
Oh, mine too.
I cut a par 4. It was a dog leg, and it landed on the green and rolled off. But there were some guys that we couldn't see that we thought were clear. And we came over, and they were mad for a second, and then they were like, yeah, but you hit the green, so it's got to be a good shot. There was a holy fuck that came out, though.
So Chief Zach and I play golf together a lot. And we have come to the realization of him being the chief of police and me being the guy that just eviscerates golf balls. We are the worst combo you could possibly have behind us because I'm just going to rainmaker him over you all day. And if you get pissed, like, he carries a gun. Not that he would use it. That's not what I'm saying. It's
no crimes.
Just, that guy's got a gun. Legally.
Jesus Christ of the league, Gabe Davis, Tyler Lockett, or Jeff Wilson Jr. You got to start one of them.
Gabe Davis.
Yep.
It's Gabe Davis for upside, Jeff Wilson Jr. for safety.
Yeah.
I told this stat before you got here. Since Terry and Davis Price got hurt, how many touches do running backs not named Jeff Wilson have for the 49ers?
17.
It's
one?
in 2 weeks. 1. Jordan Mason has 1 touch. So his usage is stupidly high. The problem is that as soon as he gets close to that place where you actually score, they go, hey, how about you go sit your ass down?
Hey, Debo, why don't you take this on a jet? Is Pierce worth playing over Eckler, Chubb, and St. Brown? Stone Sports Podcast wants to know.
Yes, no.
Over Eckler, not over Chubb or St. Brown.
I would have sold off on Eckler after last week. He doesn't. The one thing that I have continuously said about Austin Eckler has never fucking changed. He cannot run between the tackles.
Mm-mm.
So now this week, there's a possibility he outscores Dameon Pierce this week. It wouldn't shock me in the least, especially with no Keenan Allen. He's going to play out of the slot some. They're going to generate touches. I am just looking – I'm looking at that lineup going, you draft good.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you draft real good.
Is Jadeveon Clowney going to play?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If he doesn't play,
Doesn't change shit for me.
I see a lot of Austin Eckler to that side of the field.
It doesn't change shit for me.
They will just run him away from Mason, or not Mason Rudolph, the guy that hit Mason Rudolph.
Myles
Garrett. Thank you.
It's a weird name to forget as somebody that does this for a living.
Exactly.
I was just throwing that out there.
Shut the fuck up. They will run completely away from him.
Hey,
and Eckler will be able to – he will be able to eat that way. But do you think it's going to pay off?
If this is DFS, just as an FYI, Dalvin Cook is $300 cheaper than Eckler, and I like that matchup a lot better.
I do too. And, my smart assery, I had to listen to people all night long say, you're stupid. You don't know how to pick games at all. Come to King, you best not miss. All right, I had a bad week. Shit happens. And I had to listen to NC State fans go, how in the fuck did you manage to lose to us? I don't know. That's what Mike Norvell does. He steals losses from the clutches of defeat.
Daniel Hillman says he traded T.J. Hawkinson, Najee Harris, and Jamal Williams for Terry McLaurin and Tyreek Hill.
I hope you're really good at running back.
Yeah, I don't feel like you won that.
I mean, you could have. I don't want shit to do with Najee Harris. And T.J. Hawkinson becomes a lot less attractive without no, I think it's pretty fair.
Okay.
Tyreek Hill's the best player in the deal. Now, you may not have him today. There is a legitimate fear he's not going to play.
Mm-hmm.
And Sauce Gardner has been talking immortal shit about defending him. If Tyreek Hill plays, I see a path that he looks at Sauce and goes, hey,
watch this, Rook.
Watch this. How about wait till you see my dick? Because you're going to see it a bunch of times.
You're going to see them deuces thrown up. A bunch.
And I'm getting more and more scared by that the more he talks.
Youngins need to learn to shut it a little bit.
Maybe you need to shut the fuck up.
All right, Kevin, the PRF. This is normally Najee Harris, and the rookie coming back from being shot. Shouldn't be a decision, but here I am. Harris or Robinson?
Harris by a lot. Brian Robinson's on a 20 snap count. Can't play more than that. Even if they gave him his touch on every snap, and they won't, I would still go Najee. I do not think Brian Robinson is as big of a cut into Antonio Gibson as people think. I could be wrong on that.
Well, everybody flipped out about the preseason. When he was running as the one, and he was getting all the tote, and Antonio Gibson was in the doghouse, they think, well, he's been gone for weeks, but it'll just go back to being that same way. I feel like this is the regular season, guys. A coach can do stupid shit in the preseason and not get, railed for it. Ron Rivera keeps fucking up, and he keeps making bad decisions. Eventually, it's going to be the one that kills him. His job.
There you go. Not necessarily the coach you should talk about dying.
Oh, he's fine. He's completely cleared, isn't he?
Yeah, but maybe not.
He did have cancer once, so we can't refer to him as being killed.
Maybe you shouldn't. I'm not saying you can't. You do whatever the fuck you want.
Excuse me, and maybe I'm out of line there. House of Reprehensibles, am I out of line? Using the word killed with Ron Rivera. Anyhow. DJ Duvernay says Titans, Ravens, or Saints D this week.
It's not the Ravens.
Saints.
I'll go Saints.
Yeah. I don't see how you can have confidence in either of the others.
We do have to remember the Seahawks are still a good matchup for a defense. It's just Detroit doesn't have one of them. Detroit feels like defense just precludes your offense from being on the field. So you go score, and then we'll do it again.
Mm-hmm. They are the North Carolina Tar Heels of the NFL.
Oh, how about it's just since you said that.
Oh.
Sucks to suck.
Throwing shade at Miami.
And that comes from a guy who was up 17-3.
Pretty sure the
we're actually up 17-0.
You trying to get over it?
I had to deal with Brian Hall literally the second the game started.
Oh, no.
Oh, he did that thing. Oh, yeah, he did that Well, great call. Not. Oh, God. You want to know why people hate your fucking team? Oh, shit. I think I just ham-handed the bell.
You did.
Yeah. You know why people hate your team? Shit like that. By the way, Florida State fans, we are not the ones to do that to either.
Pennywise says Dobbins had me on the street crying with my makeup running for 2 weeks, yet I still start him. Drug of choice. Drug of choice. Tyler Algier or David Montgomery?
Algier.
Full PPR.
Algier. I think even with Montgomery back, I think it's a split.
Mm-hmm.
Algier, there's nobody else there. I mean, they can want to run Caleb Huntley. He is not good. So, I mean, I don't love either one, but I would go Algier.
Najee or Dillon?
It's from Pratham Pusker. In the
Pratham
comments.
Pusker. Yeah.
In the comments.
That's what that is.
I hope that I didn't butcher that. I'll go A.J. Dillon today.
Dillon's already started, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that game has started.
That game has started.
That game has
Nice.
started.
3-0 Packers.
Nice.
Go, Pack!
So how's A.J. Dillon
Go!
looking? Is he good? Is he?
He has 2 carries for 12 yards.
It's not bad. Not bad start.
Hey, Aaron's completed a pass for 35 yards. You want to take a stab at the who?
Romeo Dubs.
Nope.
Who?
Randall Cobb.
Ah.
Second pass, 3-yard loss to Tyler Davis.
Well, folks, it may be one of those days.
Yeah, maybe one of those that you look at the box score and go, well, that's not good.
Son of a bitch. Who had today as Randall Cobb Day? Dalton Schultz or Logan Thomas?
Dalton Schultz.
Not close, Rob Johnson.
Schultz with a bullet.
Lisa was laughing at the yapping head. Yeah, that's. I trust me, I've been called markedly worse. Just not usually at 4 o'clock in the morning. I think that's the reason that's getting me so much. And they went to the website to send it in.
Nice.
That's a hell of a lot more work than you should be doing.
Maybe that should tell you how old this person is.
Well, here's the thing. One of the things that will always make me laugh, and this is an aside, we'll get back to fantasy questions. Sorry, give me a little platitude here. One of the things that's always made me laugh about any time I get those, the grammar is fucking horrendous.
Of course it is.
Like the dot, I don't even know what that's called.
Ellipses.
The ellipses. That's not a period. You do get that, right? Like, it has periods in it, but there's 3 of them. That's a continuation of a thought.
But it just shows you want to. It's a pause. It's
pause
illustrating a pause.
You are a dumb shit. Oh God, I will go home and cry tonight because you think I'm a dumb shit.
Because that was always what they taught us in broadcasting school, was when you see one of those, you count the dots. So as you're reading the script, you say the sentence like, "Hey, you're a dumbass." 1, 2, 3. You really need to go blow dead bears.
Well, if I had taken the 3-second pause every time that ellipses had been used, I'd still be out there. So.
Okay, so this was more like a footnotes on a fantasy line.
I do also laugh at when people send me shit like that. Okay, I want you to say, just hear me say this out loud. I talk about sports for a living, and I get paid to do it. I have an incredibly attractive wife. There's not a whole lot of negatives in my life. So if you send those and you think you're going to fuck my life up, all I do is take them and go, hey, look at this. Hey, look.
Hey, look, I was wrong again.
In 27 words, how many of them are misspelled? 6? Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure you got that.
Nice. Stephen Towle wants to know, in a PPR flex, Mike Williams, James Robinson, or Chris Olave? I'm so on Chris Olave today for some reason.
I like Olave a lot today.
I built my DFS lineup today around him.
That's funny. I didn't. I could not figure out a way to run a lineup that wasn't exactly the one I put out. I'm going James Robinson. I'll go James Robinson over the 2 receivers.
Okay.
For me, when it's close, I always go the running back because the running back has a safer floor.
Yeah, but I mean, he did score 2 points last week.
Oh,
so
adjust the audio. Dave's low. They've been saying that.
I cranked him up when I got in here, so I have no other controls over his level. Because as I was driving in, I was listening to it on my speaker in my certified used car from Fred Anderson Nissan of Asheville, and I could barely hear him. So that was the first thing I did when I came in here. I have no other controls over that. So
all right, then.
If there's some sort of an output on your side, Armchair, maybe, I don't know.
I am up as loud as I go.
There you go. Just kind of mini shout as you.
I'll just shout.
Like that one level of voice that you use when you don't want to sound too angry at the kids, but you really want to let them know you're serious.
I need you to stop fucking up.
Picking up the dishes in the sink. Sorry, I do that a lot.
It's a consistent qualm around his house.
Oh, yeah, and I try not to, cuss at my kids. I really try. Sometimes it's just fucking necessary.
Sometimes you just need to stop doing dumb shit.
Like that old Dennis Leary line of, I know fuck is a bad word, but you're fucking making me say it. So quit.
Chauncey said if Olave's on Tariq Woolen, which I feel very sure he will be, I don't know how I feel about him. And I'm kind of in the same boat. Tariq Woolen's been good. Now, his bad has been bad, which he's a fifth-round rookie. Right. You can expect that.
Right.
The other thing that bothers me, I could see a path that even if Woolen is beaten by Olave, because stride for stride, he'll run with him. No doubt. He's faster than Olave and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is if he gets beat, I could easily see him just going, and fuck you, and you don't get yards for pass interference. So, scares me. Scares me a little bit.
Scares you just a little bit. Why Dalton Schultz over Hurst? Doesn't make sense to me. He says R.A. Avila.
I just like Schultz this week. CeeDee Lamb's going to get Jalen Ramsey. Gallup is enough of a threat over the top to keep the middle of the field not so mucked up, and the Rams have not been particularly good against tight ends.
Okay,
game flow
is fine.
They're going to get they're going to get their shit pushed in by the Rams.
Yep.
How you feel about Algier today? Stone Sports Podcast.
I like him. I mean, he's in terms of running backs, he's in the 30s for me. He's a back end RB3. Oh, know what that means.
Big B. I'm guessing that's Brian Haynes.
That is Brian Haynes.
Brian Haynes says he'd rather lick my taint than eat candy corn. Nice.
God,
yeah,
that's an aggressive strategy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Stephen Tao said, one for Olave, one for Robinson. What does Armchair think? Please don't say Williams.
No, it's Robinson.
I agree. And it's that easy. You can super chat your questions, jump right to the front of the line.
Okay.
That's how we do things right here.
Mm.
Oh, Daniel Hummon sent me something on Twitter. Hold on, I gotta wade through all the things that call me a big dumb fuck. There were a lot of them.
Kevin the PR. Oh, this was a Giants question. Richie James still a backup today, or is there another option? Still dealing with Thomas out and Hopkins stashed.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't love anything from that game.
No.
DFS quarterback of the day.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts?
With a bullet.
He'll be high owned, and I don't give a fuck.
My number 2 is Zach Wilson.
And you don't care about the price?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I just think there's a huge difference between Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and everybody else, because you can't have Lamar because he's in the night slate.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to go cheap, and I mean, I'm getting super cute here. If I wanted to go super cheap, I'd probably go Bailey Zapp.
Ooh.
You can put together a hell of a lineup with Bailey Zapp.
Really?
Yeah. And no, I won't call him Zappy unless he puts a fucking Y on the end of his name.
I went Trevor for mine.
I don't mind Trevor. I really don't.
He wasn't at the top, super expensive. He wasn't like I'm really, bargain barrel hunting here. And I think against Houston, I think I like that matchup for him. Jets defense or the Saints defense?
Like them both.
From Paul Richardson.
Like them both.
Well, you got to pick one.
Jets.
I'd go Saints.
I'll go Jets. I have this funny look. I've been a Jets fan for 30 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there is one thing, and I noticed it when Teddy Bridgewater played for the Jets. He only played one game for us in the preseason, then we traded him to the Saints. Teddy Bridgewater has a schnoodle arm. The wind at MetLife swirls.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 second it's going to be blowing dead to your right. The next second it's going to be blowing dead to your left. So if you don't throw a good tight spiral or you hang one up in the lights, that bitch is going to turn into a punt in a heartbeat. And I do have a bunch of good friends that work for the Jets.
Yep.
Beat writers, things like that. And they said, yeah, for whatever reason, Teddy never could figure that out. He never could figure out that I have to keep the ball down.
Right.
And I could see him. I could see him throwing a punt or two today.
All right, Paul Richardson. There you have the weather explanation, the aerodynamics explanation from the Jets fan. Maybe that'll help you out a little bit because he said he needed to hear it from me or Armchair, obviously, because you wouldn't be able to be objective between the Jets and the Saints.
Oh, I mean, because I like them both. I mean, for me, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I want you to think about what I'm going to say. Think about all the quarterbacks you see in the Jets draft. How many of them didn't have rocket launcher arms? There's a reason for that.
Right.
Because they know.
Don't want to give them the opportunity
to
float them.
No, because every quarterback we've ever drafted, Taj Boyd, holy shit. I know Taj. He's a friend of mine, and he has even commented, that is the hardest place to throw a football on the planet Earth, and he never could figure it out.
I don't even remember him playing there.
He was a 7th rounder for us. And he's a friend and a wonderful guy. Did not have a rocket launcher arm, though.
Daniel Hillman says, who would I start at running back? Antonio Gibson, Jeff Wilson Jr., Khalil Herbert, Tony Pollard, or Tyler Algier?
Jeff Wilson Jr. He's the safest one.
Agree.
He's the safest one if I was going for upside Algier.
Okay. That was a question mark to you,
yeah.
David.
I think so.
Algier for the upside.
Yeah, Algier is he'll play. He's not going to do anything that's going to blow your mind, though.
Gibson's going to take a touch reduction because of Brian Robinson. I don't think it's going to be a tremendous one, but it'll be enough.
Well, they're at home, so you know they're going to have the ceremonial Brian Robinson drive
or snap.
You don't think
nobody gets drives for that team, so that ain't happening.
You don't think they're going to bring him in and try to feature him at some point?
Well, they've also screamed from the mountaintops he's limited to 20 snaps. So if you throw 9 of them in the same drive, he's irrelevant now.
I don't know about 9. That's a lot.
Yeah, he'll get sprinkled in.
I don't care. I would go Antonio Gibson in that scenario, but Jeff Wilson Jr. would be my second. So.
Brian, our resident Giants fan, said the Packers are just throwing 8 in the box and daring Daniel Jones to throw.
As you should.
And here would be my question. What the fuck else did you think they were going to do?
Right.
Did you think they were playing umbrella?
They're going to spread it out.
It was stretch it out.
With Richie James out here, I think we really got to play cover 6.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if right now, one player has a reception. Daniel Jones has thrown for 4 less yards than I have today. Would you like to hear the list of New York Giants with a touch not named Saquon Barkley? Would you like to hear it again? With 4:17 to go in the first quarter.
Stone Sports Podcast says he's got 4,200 left on DraftKings for a tight end.
Dalton Schultz.
4,200 is plenty for a tight end. Schultz is there. Conklin's there. You're fine. Either of those guys, I think you're good.
Gerald Everett.
Ugh.
Dalton Schultz.
Oh, Gerald Everett.
I'm going to be so drunk on Dalton Schultz, he's going to have 2 catches for 11 yards.
Precisely.
Has to.
Why is Jeremy 2022 sensitive about Ron Rivera? I'm not sure.
Look, I was just trying to be nice. I've been called a dumbass enough times today. Just equal opportunity. Just be nice.
Chauncey Major says the audio is good now for him anyway, so let's hope it maintains that way. Again, Forceful speaking, Armchair. Lisa Evansell wants A.J. Dillon to do something in this game. And I don't
do something.
I don't know. He's been below average, I would say, for the last couple of weeks. I don't think he's had over 10 points fantasy-wise in the last 2 weeks.
No, I don't think so.
Saints or the Vikings D today? Saints.
Ooh, Saints.
Yeah. Clean sweep on the Saints. Olave or Brees at the flex, half PPR.
Olave.
Brees or Cook.
Are we talking?
Are we
Brandon
Dalvin
Cooks
Cook?
Or Dalvin Cook.
It says Cook.
If it's Dalvin,
It's Dalvin.
Cook.
If it's Dalvin, then it's Dalvin.
Yeah, if it's Brandon, then it's Brees.
Yes.
Juju or Scary Terry at the wide receiver 2.
Terry McLaurin.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. And then Jeff Wilson or Damian Harris at the flex.
Damn, I knew somebody was going to ask this question.
Jeff Wilson, Damian. I'm going Damian Harris.
I'm going Jeff Wilson, but only because I think Ramondre is the one that gets the bulk of the tote.
Really?
He's out-touched, out-snapped, out everything, Damian Harris.
Has he?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I said it in the beginning of the show. There's going to be a New England Patriot running back that's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
If you think it's Damian Harris, more power to you. I've been wrong so many times about New England that I just have to stick to my damn convictions.
Yeah. I think Damian
I cannot waffle.
I think Damian scored in like 3 games in a row.
He's got 3 touchdowns. That's really the only thing that leans Damian Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they're going to try to correct that today.
Okay. Use Ramondre in the passing game a little bit more.
Yes.
That was from Josh Bonino, by the way. Did not say his name. Paul Richardson, Devontae Smith, or Olave, half PPR flex. It's Olave for me.
I'm all over Devonta Smith, half PPR, full PPR, all PPRs.
As long as there is a peeper, I'm going Devontae Smith.
Okay.
I mean, I like Olave. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like Philadelphia is the offense that I want pieces of today.
Chauncey Major wants everybody to know he's open. He's taking all bets on the Bengals-Ravens game today.
Be careful. If you're on the wrong side, they'll call you a dumbass. I told you I would get a lot of traction out of this today.
Oh, man.
Rob Johnson says Trevor Lawrence or Kirk Cousins. God, that's close to me. I want to go Trevor knee-jerk.
I do too.
But Minnesota, I mean that Justin Jefferson against Jayon Johnson.
About that game, there's something about that game that is just making me lean Kirk, and I don't like it. Don't like that I like the Vikings at all, because any Vikings fan will tell you that that's how you lead to heartbreak.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm on Cousins there, not by a lot. I like Trevor, and I have Trevor in DFS. For what it's worth, I do have Lawrence lines. I don't have any Kirk Cousins lines, but I want to say Cousins here.
This is where I always get to with Kirk Cousins, and I feel like it's always these games where I go, there's no doubt on paper Kirk Cousins should throw for 340 yards and 2 touchdowns at the bare minimum.
But you also have to remember this could become a blowout. Justin Fields could put him in short yardage situations by turning the ball over, and then Minnesota wins by 30 and Kirk Cousins scores 13.
I don't know that I'm worried about that. What I'm worried about is Kirk Cousins is also a quarterback that tends to play to the level of his competition. I'm not saying he's going to have a Justin Fields bad kind of a day, but this is how that game could go. Like, it could completely go 41-3, Minnesota rolls over them. But it'd also be like 17-13 grossness. And nobody wins. Like
they're not keeping this game close.
Like nobody wins.
Touchdown, Allen Lizard.
The Lazard King.
10-0 Green Bay Packers.
Nice. That's one I just haven't gotten. I haven't gotten in on Allen Lazard anywhere.
I'm looking at the Giants going, can you do something?
They're not gonna.
Nope. Mm-mm.
I mean, I know you want them to. Your fantasy team may want him to because you got Saquon Barkley.
I have a lot of Saquon.
But they're
Or
not
went out for
gonna.
Brian because that was his whole season, the first 4 games of this year. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I see a lot of grossness for Saquon. He breaks one today that's going to make his fantasy day worth it.
Oh,
He'll
no
break
doubt.
a 50-yarder or something, score the touchdown. But the rest of the time, he'll average 2.3 yards per carry.
Sounds about right. No, 26-yard bomb to Darius Slayton.
Ooh.
Nobody circles the wagons like the New York Giants.
Nobody uncorks it like Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Darius Slayton.
Hey, how about that Duke football team? Ain't they great? Ain't they great? Yeah, just fucking A.
Yeah.
Overtime with Georgia Tech. Let's go.
Yeah, Georgia Tech should have fired Jeff Collins 3 years ago.
God. Never makes me not happy to see the Duke Blue Devils struggle in anything. Next question coming in from Colin Greene. Miles Sanders over Aaron Jones.
No, I mean, you don't have the choice now because Aaron Jones is playing
Oh,
actively.
gotcha.
He said I should have.
Oh, yeah. Friarmouth DFS tight end 1 today, says Stephen Tao. Agree? Disagree?
I don't.
Disagree.
I mean, you're going to get Tremaine Edmonds. That's
Obviously.
like the one position that I feel like Buffalo is healthy enough to shut down, and they know that.
Obviously.
I think George Pickens is the one that
These guys are on Dalton Schultz, tight end 1 today.
all in. Let's go. Dalton Schultz. Baby!
No TJ Hawkinson repeat performance from last week?
No. Everybody's healthy.
Not everybody. Shark's out.
Shark's going to play.
He was listed as out earlier this morning.
Let's look.
When I was setting the old defus.
Oh, no, he is out. You're right.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't care. Amon-Ra.
Still game time
Wow.
decision.
He's going to play.
Josh Reynolds. It's going to be a
Stop.
banger today.
Stop.
It's the Josh Reynolds, TJ Hawkinson show.
Tank setting a lineup with DPJ and Josh Reynolds out here.
Damn right. Dart throws galore. I'm saving all that money. I need the bonus points.
West Virginia Willie said Tank's hungover. And for once, I'm not. I accidentally had I had a crimes, and yesterday was not a fun day.
You had a crimes.
Yeah, I don't understand people that do the weeds. I don't understand how you do that and fucking function.
Really? This sounds like a great story. You should tell.
I'm a big dumb bear, folks.
What happened?
You get me drunk enough, and you go, "Here, you want this?" Okay.
And then you sat in a corner all night?
Oh no, this was at 3:00 in the morning.
Oh
Yeah, it's time out. Bye.
So you just
Weed's
went
not a crime in Canada.
You just
Not
went
crimes in
straight-
Canada.
straight to sleep?
Oh God. Well, yeah. Then I got up at 10:00 and had to drive a car, and I was like,
Still,
why is everyone going so fast?
still had the spinnies?
I didn't have the spinnies. It just I felt like I was playing Grand Theft Auto in drunk mode.
Nice.
Why is everything going so fast and I'm going so slow?
Christian Kirk or Mike Williams from Corey McLaughlin?
That's a good question.
It's a good name, too, McLaughlin. It's a last name with a lot of character. Do you wear kilts?
I literally have them ranked on top of each other.
Do you?
Mike Williams.
Yeah, not by much though.
Nope.
No. I'm on Kirk. I like Trevor today. I like Kirk today. Waiting for the inactives list.
You got
Probably
Auer.
90% of my lineups are going to be on there. Yeah. It tends to be the way it goes sometimes.
It's the fun of fantasy football.
Full PPR, James Robinson or Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
James Robinson.
Yeah.
James Robinson.
Yes. Sir.
They're going to get out in front and grind them into the ground. At least that's how I see this game going.
Shefty has apparently said Tyreek Hill is going to play today. That from Daniel Hillman.
Woohoo!
Yep.
McLaughlin also wants to know, start 2, Christian Kirk, Mike Williams, Mike Evans. I'm on Kirk and Evans.
I'm on Williams and Evans.
I am on Williams. I have a hard time getting off of Evans.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do
Yeah.
that. I just feel like the way the offense
I feel like
came
AJ
alive last week because they had to in a game where they were chasing points. There's a rhythm coming.
Well, I mean, and I know why people are saying this because A.J. Terrell will be on Mike Evans a lot. The only problem is he's so much bigger.
Yeah, I don't know that I care. There has only been one. There has only been one corner in the NFL that has ever had his number.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Exactly.
And we got Giants on the board. 10-3 Green Bay Packers.
That's the only time I will ever bench Mike Evans in fantasy.
When he's playing.
Is when he's playing New Orleans. It takes a lot for me to bench him.
Oh, Daniel Hillman asked a question about playing the Jeremy Green style of fantasy football.
Kickers aren't people.
Is a kicker a must? I might just play with no kicker. Any advice on playing without one? I do it all the fucking time.
Be damn sure that you're going to outscore the other team with
I
your
don't care.
position players.
In the 4 years I've been doing this, I have never come up against a situation where all 4 kickers in the primetime games were owned.
Okay.
If I had to make a move, say I'm up 25 and he's got a running back in the Sunday night game and a receiver in the Monday night game, I might wait and see what happens Sunday night, or I might prospectively pick up a kicker. I'll play him if I need to. And the good thing is when I waive that guy in the middle of the Sunday slate, nobody can use him against me.
So you
He'll
don't
go into waivers, and I might just be able to pick him back
So
up.
you don't care what kicker it is.
No, it does not fucking matter. Kicker doesn't fucking matter.
Because I'm just saying, if you waited,
I got a 20-point kicker. Yeah, and that is the flukiest shit in the history of time.
right? I'm just saying, if you waited to do that, who would be the kicker available for you? You'd have the Bengals kicker, maybe.
No, Evan McPherson will be owned. Tucker will be owned. Be whoever's kicking for Kansas City.
Carlson, and Butker.
Butker's out. It's whoever's kicking for Kansas City.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Ta-da. 60% of the time works every single fucking time.
60% of the time. Okay, all right.
Oh, fun game. I'm curious to see how close you can come in this. Let me find my sheet. Top 5 highest scoring kickers in the league. Care to take a stab at who they are?
Tucker.
Tucker's not in the top 10.
McPherson.
McPherson's 5.
Elliott.
Not in the top 5.
I don't know.
Not even close.
Bass.
He is tied for 9th. There's 5 of them
I
tied
thought
for
that was
9th.
a good one.
Tyler Bass, Amy Fairbairn, Greg Joseph, Cade York, Justin Tucker, all tied for 9th.
Really, Joseph, even after the 5 field goal game.
Mhm.
That's interesting. Young Hui Ko.
Number 1. Do you know what the difference is between him and number 6?
7
Point a
points.
game. Point a game.
Okay.
It's 4 points total. The highest scoring kicker in the league, Young Wei Koo, through 4 games, has 48 points.
Will Lutz.
Will Lutz, who has only played, he's played in 4 games. He is 25th.
Is he really?
Yeah. And the difference between the two of them is 25 fucking points.
Wow. So, yeah, kickers aren't people.
Yeah, kickers don't matter. Now, if you play in some dumbass league where, well, you get 48 points for a 50-yard field goal, first of all, don't do that. Yeah, kickers don't matter. They're irrelevant. Ben Malik and InSpy 7F both got 2 that were up there. Maher's 1, Graham Gano's 1.
PSA from Satisfied Browns fan says, Beard, here's a life lesson for you. If somebody you don't know is going to message you on Twitter before 6 a.m., it ain't going to be nice.
Brother, trust me. If anybody knows that, it's me.
He lives on the vitriol, though, so
I do.
It's like his lifeblood. Like,
yeah.
he feels himself getting a little just, down and slow, and he's like, hey, let's go to Twitter.
Let's go to Twitter and get a tourniquet and put some of that good shit in the veins.
I'm going to need some of that anger to fuel my day.
Oh, yeah, I live on hate. I talk about sports for a living. I have a smoke show wife. It's really hard to piss me off.
Kadarius Toney.
Jeremy walks into Twitter and, it's about time I'm here for some vitriol. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, yeah, the Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now my voice is dead.
Yep.
But
Congratulations.
Oh, the macho man. Oh, I tell you, brother.
Lisa Evansville says Kadarius Toney, the first need we needed.
The first need that we needed.
Kyle Pitts out.
Oh, know what that means.
Kyle Pitts is out today.
Yeah,
We all knew that.
Nifty Main traded Diggs, Edmonds, and Lawrence for Alvin Kamara, Mike Williams, and Jared Goff. You won.
Yeah.
My thoughts are you won, and you actually drug whoever that was down the sidewalk because Trevor Lawrence is a borderline rosterable quarterback. Edmonds is the 2 in Miami. Yeah, you lost Stephon Diggs, but the difference between Diggs and Mike Williams is not that high. The difference between here's how I would break this down. The difference between Mike Williams and Diggs is not huge. I mean, yes, Diggs is a top 5 receiver. Mike Williams is a top 12. So you probably step down 4-ish points a game. Goff and Lawrence, there is damn near no difference there. And so you wound up basically trading Alvin Kamara for Chase Edmonds.
Hot.
Win. Let's go. Nice deal. That's because those are the trades I love to see where I can just go, yes, you smoked somebody.
With Dotson out, huge game for Scary Terry today. That from Daniel Hillman.
Say it one more time.
With Dotson out, Jahan Dotson, does it mean it's going to be a big day for Scary Terry?
I like Terry today. I also like Curtis Samuel today.
If Kyle Pitts is out, need to go burn the whole lineup down.
Go ahead and do it because he's out.
Do it.
He gone.
Hey, guys, happy Football Sunday from NSP7F.
Or InSpy.
Yeah, or InSpy, either one.
Let us know in the comments which one it is. I hate fucking up people's names.
Pick 1, half PPR, Montgomery, Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman. I think I want to go Elijah Moore on that one.
I do.
You do?
I do, yeah.
You do? You concur?
Yeah, I do.
David Montgomery coming back from injury, Rashad Bateman, I'm just not.
I mean, it's
I'm not
close.
sold. I'm never
It's close
sold
with
on
Bateman. David Montgomery's the easy no for me.
I'm still
I'm your huckleberry.
Ooh.
think
Know what that means.
for the least on Rashad Bateman.
Nifty Main said his running backs are Saquon, Alvin Kamara, and Jeff Wilson with Mitchell on IR. You, unlike my partner here, you draft good.
Hey.
And it's in Spy, by the way.
In Spy. Okay.
Nifty Main drafts real good.
Yeah, he does.
He does draft things real good.
Good morning, everyone.
B. Malik said he hoped it didn't lose as much as he did yesterday. I'll bet you I did. I bet you I'll see your losses and multiply them by 499.
InSpy wants to know start 2, Breece Hall, Jamal Williams, or Montgomery?
Not Montgomery.
Yeah.
So Breece Hall, Jamal Williams, there's your answer. Some guy named Marcus Johnson just caught a pass for the Giants.
He sure did.
Nice. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, by the way,
Huckleberry.
just throwing this out there. You remember that Quentin Johnston thing I said? Did you happen to see his stat line yesterday?
No.
He had 14 catches for 213 yards
Nice.
against Kansas.
Nice.
And caught the game winner. You know why? Because he a dog.
Because he a dog.
He a dog.
Stephen Tao says he was just at Ingles. Low prices, love the savings. They're doing the little pumpkins with your name on it for Eblin Charities. That's another way to give to the children. So, yeah, when you're at the checkout, you can just pay for one of those. I typically do. I typically go every year, and I will buy 5 or 6, and then I will write on them the Sportsocracy, ESPN Asheville, and hope that they put them up right.
Put them in order. Number them.
Right.
1 of 7.
I do.
Stephen Towle with the super chat. It's not Bateman. He's out. There you go. I have Rashad Bateman exactly nowhere.
No. Not doing it. Full PPR, Dobbins or Hunt from John Curtis.
Hold on. You skipped Colin's question. Are we on any living, breathing Carolina Panther? Not anyone not named Christian McCaffrey. And that's only because you have to.
I got nothing. There's no Panther that I'm interested in at all.
Christian McCaffrey. That's it. And that's only if you drafted him.
Yep.
John Curtis, that full PPR question, Dobbins or Hunt, I'll go J.K. Dobbins, especially now that I know that Rashad Bateman's out. Because that means they'll go Proche, DuVernay, and try to scare you over the top, kill you over the middle with Mark Andrews, and bleed you dry with J.K. Dobbins.
Yep.
I need coffee. I'll be right back.
Let's see here. Looking for a question. Don't see one. Going to be aggressive today, fellas, says Big B. 4 vodka and monsters down. Giants are going to make me kill people. Oh, God. Brian, buddy.
Brian, don't do crimes.
Don't be in public. Don't be in public. And if you're not in public and you're drinking, just stay your ass at home.
That's safe.
Yeah.
That's a safe place.
Safe. I mean, that's the safest place for you. You can, yell at the dog or something. Don't go in public, buddy. Mike Evans have a big day. Rob Johnson says, I agree.
Sure.
I think that day's a coming. Scary Terry or A.J. Brown from Daniel Hillman. Armchair, what do you feel about that one?
I like A.J. Brown a lot. Not as much as I like Devonta Smith. Scary Terry should probably be the play there, though. That's a tough one.
I think I lean McLaurin on that one. But it is close. Because you never know with A.J. Brown.
You really don't.
You really never know. Is he going to play the decoy role? Or not really the decoy role. I mean, they're going to shade most of the coverage his way, and that will open things up for Devontae, which I think is one of the things I didn't even really consider of, they're getting A.J. Brown. He's going to have a great year. Well, how much does that lift the boat for Devontae Smith? And I think we've already kind of seen how that's going to go this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for me, it's probably Terry by a smidge, not much.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Wait a minute. I thought Bateman was out, says Pennywise. Bateman is not Bateman. He is out. Okay. Pick one, Jeff Wilson, Adam Thielen, or Elijah Moore. That one from InSpy as well.
Oh, that stupid Bears-Vikings game is super intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Wilson's probably your safest floor pick of those guys. Thielen's going to eat. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. And I love the Jets today, so I might go more Thielen-Wilson.
I think I'm right there with you. I think I'm on Moore definitely as the one. He's the one to pick. After that, I think I would go Wilson then Thielen. There's just something about Thielen. I'm just not feeling it this year.
No.
Yeah, I did it. And there's nothing you can do. I know I didn't have to. There's a lot of things I don't have to do. You guys know me better than that now.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Thoughts on Pacheco today from Nifty Maine?
He's their best actual running back, but CEH is always getting play. Fantasy-wise, it makes sense. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you have to play Pacheco, you can. Nifty Maine, you have too many good running backs to have to play Pacheco, though.
Nifty says he feels like Pacheco's going to take over that backfield by week 10.
I agree.
Yes.
I think he's right.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be passing them back.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things that tripped me on it was actually Rodney Harrison on the Sunday night show. And they were talking about the backfield. And he was like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire seems to be a guy, but Isaiah Pacheco. And he just went on and on and on about Isaiah Pacheco.
Pacheco dog.
They're realizing it.
Pacheco dog.
He is.
I see Brian's already.
Yep.
4 vodka and
Oh
Monsters
yeah,
in.
he's. I told him just stay home. Yell at the dog. Don't go in public. Just don't be in public watching football.
Oh, if he's 4 vodka and Monsters down, that sounds like a perfect way to Uber to Village Porch and watch afternoon slate with us.
Yeah, I just don't know if that'd work out for you in the end.
He's just on this side of the fuck around and find out ground.
Exactly. Like he's at a 4
he's
right
a 4
now.
Fuck around.
Every vodka and Monster, it goes up a level.
100%.
So you're already at a 4. Go in public, period, and that already bumps it up another 2.
Well, here's the thing. If you never fuck around, you never find out.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
It's always been my philosophy. I don't want to find out. So I'm not going to fuck around.
See, now, me personally, I want to find out all the things I can find out. So I fuck around a lot.
Well, you like research. I like to imagine things. And the pain that I imagine is coming after I fuck around. Yeah, I'm good missing out on that. So let's not fuck around.
I live at a 7 fuck around, which is why I've broken every finger on both of my hands at least once.
Bingo.
My hands are so mangled, it's pathetic.
Mine are too, but for completely different reasons.
And they're also very soft. You have stock and lubriderm. Just a big masturbating bear, folks.
Stephen Tao says, Armchair, you said Devontae a lot. You like him more than Kirk today or even Dobbins?
I like him more than Kirk. Dobbins is close. I think probably more than Dobbins, too.
I'm watching Brian Haynes deteriorate through the chat, and he just said they ate small vodka and lobsters either. He meant monsters.
Lobsters.
Having a vodka and lobster.
Is he speak texting? Is that what this is?
Oh, no, it's probably selective text. If I
predictive text. Pick 3 from Daniel Hillman. Start wide receivers Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, Scary Terry. So which of those would you sit? Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, Scary Terry. I don't want to sit any of them.
I think I'm sitting Terry.
But
you
I think
have
I'm
to
on
sit
Terry.
You can't sit any of the other 3.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't like. There's 2 of them I don't particularly like. I don't love Tyreek Hill today, and I don't love A.J. Brown today. The Cardinals have 1 corner. Who do you think you're gonna be on?
Mm-hmm.
Can we just have a moment of appreciation for Mercedes Lewis catching a touchdown pass?
Let's go.
Another
NFL
one?
game.
He's a big bear, folks. That's all he is. He's a big old bear with good hands. They get thrown out 11 times a year.
So that's
Isn't he
14-3.
like 100? He's 38.
He is 38.
He's
He's older than
been
I
in
am.
this league forever.
17-3. 17-3 in second quarter.
It's okay. Got him right where you want him. This is right where we want you.
A.J. Dillon time?
Lull you into a sense of security. Uh-oh. You know that feeling I talk about of sometimes you wager on things and you go, full Ralph Wiggum, I'm in danger.
This one from Lisa Evansell. It's a perfect Jeremy topic. I'm about to trade Michael Carter because I'm tired of seeing his fucking face. I added the fucking. She didn't say that.
Bingo.
But I feel like that's where she's at. Because I have so many players that I get to, like, I'm sick of seeing her fucking face.
I think that about a lot of people. Specifically, you.
Well, I mean, that's fine. You get stuck inside a room with me for as much time as you do. I don't blame you.
Need you to do something about your damn face. I can't believe I don't have that as a drop. Ooh.
Yeah, go find it. John Curtis traded Justin Jefferson for Jonathan Taylor and A.J. Brown. Respect your thoughts. Good for you.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't perfectly hear that. Repeat that.
Justin Jefferson is who he traded,
and
he got back Jonathan Taylor and A.J. Brown.
You win by a lot. You won by a whole mess.
I can't believe somebody traded you Jonathan Taylor for Justin Jefferson straight up.
They're pissed because that team sucks. They're like, oh, Jonathan Taylor's going to be a big bust. And I guarantee you whoever made that trade walked away like, oh, got you, stupid.
This guy sucks.
Yeah.
And he's hurt.
I always love those trades where I walk away like, You do know you offered that to me, right?
Let's see come playoff time how you feel about that.
Yeah, you won that one by a lot. Oh, yeah, that's the one I need. Let's just do that.
Stephen Towle says Brian Haynes is his spirit animal.
Bingo. Brian Haynes and I were together on Friday night, and I'll be honest with you, I am really glad to see him in the chat because I had absolutely no fucking idea where he went. Well, because he left. I don't know where he went. And we were at like a 6.5 fuck around.
Yeah.
I got to a 14 fuck around. I got to hear about somebody's marital problems that I don't know.
Oh.
And I was so drunk that I just went, fuck them. You're better than that. Not that I know. You could be a fucking serial killer for all I know. But you deserve better than that.
Yeah, you just start going with it.
I am the best person after 17 domestic lights to tell your problems to. Because you can tell me, I just killed 7 hookers in my basement, and I'd be like, and good for you.
And that's why I like you.
And good for you, because that's, you're just doing stuff. And I respect that about you.
Right. You stay busy. That's what I like about you.
My wife, she will tell you routinely.
Never not working.
Never not working. My wife she will tell you, I am so much nicer after domestic lights that it is not even funny. Which is why I'm usually drinking them whilst I am in public.
Anthony Ruffin, first off, Oates, what's up? He says, what's up, Sportsocracy?
What's a happening?
Anthony Ruffin.
That's a I think I've seen that name before, but if we haven't, we're like
Welcome.
an AA meeting for sports. Feel free to throw your drug of choice in the comments. I'm starting to think that mine might be Alvin Kamara.
Good morning, fellas. Love the content. Thank you. Pick PPR 2. James Robinson, Damian Pierce, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Dalvin Cook, Drake London.
Jesus Christ.
You draft well.
You draft good. Or with children.
Pick 2 of them.
Good God, that's good.
Edwins and Dalvin Cook?
Dalvin Cook and Pierce.
I don't know who Edwins is, but
Did I say Edwins? I meant
Edwins.
to say Evans.
Yeah, I assumed. I will. Oh, good God, I wasn't prepared for that. I'll say Evans. God, I'm close on Damian Pierce and James Robinson.
Do you like Pierce more than Evans?
More than Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook has not been particularly good.
He gets the Bears.
But he'll have that game, right?
I know, but I feel like this is a game they get ahead by a lot. And then Dalvin Cook gets hurt every time he blows his nose too hard. So why am I going to give him 22 carries in a game that we could have me playing running back and we'd still win by 20?
Mm-hmm.
You can't sit Dalvin Cook. It's Mike Evans and Dalvin Cook. I mean, I don't love it. You should trade a couple of those guys because your roster is I'm getting some agita just thinking about it. Been watching this.
I love that you say it that way now.
I've been watching The Sopranos.
My angina.
My agita's it's cranking up.
It's angina, right? That's the way you're supposed to say that.
Yeah, but they say agita.
I know they do.
Yeah,
it's
angina.
I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that.
Okay, all right. I just didn't want you going through life thinking that you were saying it the right way.
I'm saying it the way Tony Soprano says it.
Like the way you use the word paltry. Just feel like I need to correct you so you don't continue to do that.
All right, you were at a solid 3 fuck around. And you're about to solid 3 find out.
Edging my way to a 4.
Our new
Daniel
shirt
Jones
provider,
apparently
by the way,
fumbled again. Nice.
Our new shirt provider was very fond of the fuck around and find out scale shirt, which will be available very soon.
Oh God, Brian says he dropped the wife off at the airport today.
Yeah, she's out of town for work.
Okay, then fuck it. You need to leave house. You need to fuck around. You need to find out.
Oh, he's coming. He's already said that.
Okay, all right, good deal.
He's already specifically said that.
I mean,
my hope is
that was the one concern that I had for you leaving the house and fucking around, that she would find out.
Yeah.
But no, we're not going to tell her.
See,
so.
Brian is on that 3D fuck around and find out scale of where he can fuck around, she just can't find out.
Exactly.
Of which,
I mean, she could. but it won't be from us.
No, hell no. No, we do this on the interwebs, and yet still many people in many different states around this great world will know what you're doing. And we ain't telling nobody.
Nope. Not a soul. Nobody, baby. I tried to trade Najee Harris to everyone in my league, and they all denied me, says Rob Johnson.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. You got to realize with players like that, at some point, that you will – when a player's value gets so low, they become a buy candidate. All right, I'll give you an example. So I do a trade value chart every week. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Najee Harris to me is an absolute hold. I'm not trading him.
So I do a trade value chart every week, all right, and it's a numeric value on running backs. Right now, Najee Harris is still more valuable than Miles Sanders. Nobody with an IQ above salad dressing would trade you Miles Sanders right now for Najee Harris because the results have been so different. The problem is that you cannot come off Najee for less than that because you're taking what your team is worth and you're damming it down.
Yep.
And so, yeah, you could I'll give you an example. Jamal Williams. I saw a lot of people say I traded Najee Harris for Jamal Williams and blankety blank. Well, if DeAndre Swift got abducted by aliens, then the problem is he's coming back, and when he does, now your team's not nearly – you don't have nearly the ceiling anymore that you had.
Mm-hmm.
Najee Harris has blown dead bears all year long. But do you think there's not a period of that schedule where they could go, all right, garbage time, we're getting slaughtered. Kenny Pickett can actually threaten you down the field. You caught some shit over the weekend, by the way, for saying Kenny Pickett couldn't throw after a half of NFL football.
Did I say that?
You did.
Okay.
And sometimes I feel like people forget that Tank gets inundated with tape from me because I sit in this chair and evaluate tape a lot. So he's seen Kenny Pickett throw a billion passes. So, it does kind of, it taints you.
Yeah, it does.
This video brought to you by the word taint. It's been used twice in two different ways.
Yes, indeed. I wasn't a big fan of the first way.
No, me neither.
Let's see here. Nifty Main says traded Michael Thomas, Romeo Dubs, and Irv Smith for Dallas Goedert, J.K. Dobbins last week. 16-team PPR. Is that a dub?
Yes. And I'll tell you why, because you got a living, breathing tight end. Next year, I'm going to do a fantasy football. It can't be a manifesto. That's a Matthew Berry thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I need another word for what somebody that looks like they live in the woods and has a 400-page dissertation on fantasy football, what you would call that, other than borderline psychotic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
About drafting multiple tight ends. The leagues I did that in, I am smoking everyone. And that is going to be a theory that I'm real fond of going into next year.
What kind of deal could be made with Thielen, Scary Terry, and Tony Pollard? Thinking about trading them for a running back. So who could you package for
tell me the receivers again?
A good running back? Thielen, Scary Terry, and Tony Pollard is in on this as well.
Okay.
So that three-person combo could get me who?
Let me do the math, I'll tell you. Pollard was the third one?
Mm-hmm.
Booty, booty, boo, booty, doo, booty, boot, doo.
While you're looking at that, let's go 17-13 Green Bay Packers in the second quarter.
17-3.
What did I say?
13.
God almighty.
You're bad.
I'm not drunk. I promise I'm not. Saquon Barkley, 7 carries for 55 yards so far.
And you know what that elicits me to say? And I got to pull it from deep down. Run the damn ball!
Alan Lazard and Mercedes Lewis are the 2 touchdowns of the day.
Isn't that great?
God almighty. Why do you do this to us?
To answer the previous question, I would package Pollard with McLaurin, and you could expect to get somebody in the neighborhood of Josh. You're not going to get any of the highest level guys, so it's not Eckler, McCaffrey, Barkley, Henry, Chubb, Mixon, Taylor. Then you get into like a Leonard Fournette, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs, Dalvin Cook area that I think you could get one of them with another player. And I would really want it to be one of those low-key players that I'm high on that nobody else knows. Pacheco, great example. You may yield not dick, but I'm converting two players into one. Thielen has a slightly higher value on my trade chart than Pollard, but it's not by a tremendous amount.
Rob Johnson wants to know, breakout game for Trevor Lawrence.
I like Trevor today. I can't to me, he's not going to contend with Hurts and Josh Allen and guys like that for highest scorer of the week, but he could be, especially in DK. He may hit value. So value on Trevor Lawrence. Armchair, how much was Trevor? 5,600?
Yeah, yes. 56.
So for him to hit value, he has to score 16.8. So anything over that, he has hit value. I think that's probably his floor.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I would call it more of a bounce back than a breakthrough.
So then you get into is he GPP playable? Can he get into that 22 range, which is what he would have to hit for value in a tournament? And I think he can do that, but that's probably his ceiling. And I always get nervous on guys like that because there's just not the big upside. There's not the Geno Smith upside of last week. There's a phrase I never thought I would say in my life. Trevor Lawrence doesn't have Geno Smith upside. This sport is stupid as fuck.
Tyreek and Juju playing today. Question from Satisfied Browns fan.
Tyreek, yes. Juju looked like a yes, but we won't know until later because it's not game. John Curtis with kind words said, best kept secret, first time, we'll be back. And we appreciate you.
Nice.
We are closing in on 3,000 subs, people. That's a thing we're doing.
Who do you bench? Chauncey Major wants to know, is it Herbert with no Rashawn Slater or Derek Carr? Who are you benching?
God, that's closer than it sounds. It sounds stupid when you first say it, but then the more you think about it.
I think it's Herbert.
Carr's going to have to throw.
Mm-hmm.
And that Chiefs defense is not all that good. It's just they can get home.
Yep.
His line is dog shit. So,
in my ranks this week, I know I have Herbert ahead of Carr, but it's not by much.
I don't know that I can sit Herbert. I really don't.
I mean, Herbert's 2 spots ahead of Carr in my rankings. And they both are in good matchups.
Then that's the decision, and it's Herbert.
Yeah, you're right.
You got to go with Herbert.
You're right. Yeah, it's Herbert.
Even if it's close,
Herbert.
It's 2 spots.
I'd go Herbert.
Yeah. No Corey Linsley either. Yeah, I know that does matter.
It does matter. 100%. 100% does matter.
But even Hurt in the Chargers line better than the Raiders line.
Yeah. Jamari Sawyer's about to have a bad day. He has chosen a bad day to have a fucking bad day. Because, yeah, he had a great week last week.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. You get Myles Garrett this week in a game that they damn near have to win. And what did I say about Jamari Sawyer when he came into the draft? He's
guard.
He's a guard. He's a guard. He's a guard. He's a guard. He is a guard.
Yeah, he is a guard.
Swing tackle or a guard.
That's what he can do. Take it from the Georgia fan. He's a guard.
He a big old biggin.
Mm-hmm. Miles runs circles around him. Yep.
I hate fantasy football sometimes.
Okay, why? Who scored?
The New York Giants just scored.
Okay.
It was a rush.
Yep.
Who scored it?
Ahmad Bradshaw.
Okay. He's been retired for a long time. Players that are actually on the fucking
don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Welcome in.
That's one we don't hear all the time.
I have no idea.
But it didn't tell me.
A rushing touchdown? I don't even know a backup running back. Was it a running back?
Don't shake hands.
Or did they
Brothers
run Richie
gotta
James
hug.
on a jet sweep?
You're getting closer. Who's the
Daniel
stupid
Bellinger. Oh my God.
Daniel Bellinger?
No way.
Daniel Bellinger on a jet sweep.
Yeah. I like
Let's
it.
go.
I like it.
Let's go.
I actually
Boot
picked
sweep
him
for
up.
a tight end.
I actually picked him up. He's got to be up there on the tight end rankings. Like he
Bellinger?
scores like 8 to 12 points a week. I feel like, at least in the last 3 or 4.
Hey, I knew one draft analyst that really liked Daniel Bellinger. I wonder who the fuck
Weird.
that could be.
Do they call him the Whisperer?
No, they call him Floster Dumbass.
And they call me Flostra Dumbass.
Then I want to get a shirt with my face that says Floster Dumbass. You know what's funny? I feel like David Smith knew exactly what I was getting ready to say right there before I said it because I could hear him chuckling in my ear.
Yeah, I was ready.
John wants to know, start Chase Edmonds, Michael Gallup, or Huntley at the flex?
No, I think Caleb Huntley.
Caleb Huntley. Nah.
Your answer on Daniel Bellinger is no. He's not anywhere near that high.
Is he not?
No. Might be after this week.
I feel like as bad as tight ends have been, he's got to be up there.
Holy shit. I feel like I've scrolled too far.
Yeah, you probably have.
Where the fuck is this bastard? Oh, no. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong damn year, folks.
I was like, there's no way. There's no way that he's that low.
I was like, what the hell? That feels way too. He's 23.
He's 20.
One spot
Tight end
behind.
23.
One spot behind Kyle Pitts.
Today's touchdown will vault him right up those rankings.
100%. Let's go.
So Edmonds, Gallup, or Huntley? Gallup.
Yeah.
Is there anybody on the waiver wire?
He also asked, should I trade Taylor and Renfro for Barkley and Higbee? That's not as crazy as it sounds.
I think I'd do it. I think I'd get rid of Jonathan Taylor and Hunter Renfro.
Only because you're getting 2 startable players, and I'm not sure Renfro's ever going to be.
Exactly.
Which is weird because he's the player that fit best in this scheme, and it seems to be the square peg in a round hole, which is just bizarre.
Sometimes it happens.
So I would start Gallup, and I would like to get a little bit more, but it's not much. And there's an old adage, pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you can be greedy, and that deal may come off the table. But it's not bad at all.
West Virginia Willie wants to know if he'd be crazy to start Godirte over Kittle. No.
In my rankings today, I'm not sure that I don't have Godirte higher. I'm pretty sure that I do. Dallas Godirte is my trace.
How disappointed are you? What's your thoughts on Kittle? Is it panic time?
It's all part of the plan.
You want to know how I got these scars? Just relax.
Let's see here.
My wife absolutely hates that impression.
Of course she does.
And I love to do
it's
it.
Creepy.
I love to do it at the weirdest times.
We'll see now that would
Like right before we go to bed, all the lights are out. She's pouring water in her cup. Like, oh, look
She's
at
thinking
you.
maybe there's a chance I can get lucky tonight.
Look at you.
That's and that gets her right. That's really gets her motor running.
100%.
Like she looks at you and goes,
Yeah,
give me some of that.
Yeah, she's a patient woman. It's even worse when I do Pennywise. Pennywise, the dancing clown.
Yeah, she's not gonna fuck you, dude.
Popcorn.
It's not gonna make her fuck you.
No, she likes weird impressions that I do. Like she loves Morgan Freeman.
Really?
Oh yeah. I can say anything in that voice and she will laugh her fucking head off. But Christopher Walken, holy shit. She'll run in the other room. Like I'm so fucking tired of that impression I can't see straight. Which makes me just want to do it more.
Yeah, exactly. And then he chases her down the hallway doing it.
You know, nobody loves nobody the way that I love you.
No wonder she runs.
Oh, she hates it.
Yeah.
Oh, she
I
just
would.
does it.
I think I would rather you talk to me like Lou Holtz.
One of the funniest things I ever did to her. She didn't know who Aaron Neville was. She had no idea who Aaron Neville was. And now
you did the Aaron Neville echoey voice
to torture her with Aaron Neville. But then I figured out she hates it even more when I sing the one Aaron Neville song that I know as Christopher Walken.
Oh,
I don't know much, but I know I love you. Oh, just let me be.
Daniel Hillman says he's put a trade in Scary Terry and Pollard for Leonard Fournette. I don't know that I like that.
Say it again.
Scary Terry and Tony Pollard for Leonard Fournette.
I like that.
You do?
Yeah, I do. Scary Terry's going to be – all right, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here, and I apologize. It's what I do. You have to – there's a rating on, like, every player in the NFL. It's a mental rating for me. How much are you going to fuck my life up? How much of my mental brain batteries do I have to use figuring out if you're going to be able to play dead in a Western? Terry McLaurin is very high on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are weeks that he'll pop off. Leonard Fournette is one of the safest players in the NFL. Last week notwithstanding. By the way, love him today. They will run him into the motherfucking ground today. That's one of those things that your new coach does.
Yeah.
Oh, I get lambasted for running 6 times? Cool. Hey, watch this. I ran 6 times last week, and I'll run fucking 60 this week. God, I don't miss that son of a bitch.
Yeah. The more and more you talk, the more and more I just want to. Whatever happened to me and my wife watched the Forever Purge last night. Why is that not a thing? Can we do that?
See, I've been narrating your season as Morgan Freeman in my head. And when you hired Todd Bowles as your new head coach, in my head, the only thing I could hear was, and that was the last time that he enjoyed this team for many years.
Right. There's that little disclaimer in the Purge when they're doing the warning of like level 10 politicians can't be touched, so like you can't go murder the president or anything and get away with it. I feel like the NFL would need to lobby to have head coaches protected in all of that as well, because those would be some of the first people that got killed. Like Purge is coming, Todd Bowles, like Matt
crimes.
Rule, you guys are just you got no shot.
I feel like he's telegraphing crimes, and you shouldn't do that.
I'm not telegraphing crimes. Under the Purge, there are no crimes.
Yeah, see, the Purge.
What are you, cop?
The Purge is one of those things that, for me, it sounds like it'd be just a whole mess of fun. Except,
everybody likes the idea of the Purge until you think about all the people that you done pit. Like,
oh
Purge
yeah,
sounds
God,
great.
yeah.
Except, I know I'm on a list. I'm on a lot of lists. I may seem like the nice Canadian, but I have definitely been way higher on the fuck around and find out scale than I would like to admit. So I can assure you that I do not want a purge. I'll happily take the no purge.
So the Purge would go very simply for me, and like I said, I'm watching The Sopranos for the first time, and last night I saw exactly how that would go for me. It's when they take Pussy out on the boat.
Yep.
And you just look around and you figure out, oh, fuck. Just not in the face, fellas. Open casket. How about that?
Right.
Or we'll put you in a bag and drop you in the fucking ocean.
Yep.
Yeah, there'd be 47 people on my patio just like, not going to go your way, biggin.
Again, planning for the future. That's why I don't fuck around.
We went off on a super tangent there.
Yeah, we did.
Green Bay Packers kick field goal at halftime. Going into the half, up 20-10.
Wonderful. Daniel Bellinger.
You gotta love that.
Who had that?
John Curtis asked, "Who would you drop for Pacheco?" I would have to see what your roster looks like. I mean, the line. I can give you a line. Any tight end that's not a tight end one. I mean, if you're playing some cyclical bullshit, he's a borderline one.
I know. That's why. That's what I thought. Where would you draw the line?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that high. Jawan Johnson, who I love today, by the way. Mo Alley Cox, anybody like that. At receiver, I would drop anybody below, say, Mac Hollins. So you get into that Nico Collins, Richie James, Russell Gage, Isaiah McKenzie tier, any of them, as a
You didn't say any names there that I object to, so.
As a speculative ad.
Right.
And then you get a running back where it gets even more interesting. So, guys that have no ceiling, Cam Akers. I would trade Cam Akers right now for Isaiah Pacheco. If you offered me that, I would do it. So, I mean, ask yourself, like, what would you do that? Then fucking drop him.
All right.
Cam Akers at this point is bad at the footballs.
But there's that potential, though, isn't there?
Mm.
Or is it gone?
Mm.
Is all the potential gone after the injury? Or is he still figuring it out? And then he's going to get there. It's tough. It's tough. James Cook. No question.
No
Isaiah
question.
Pacheco.
No question.
Over him.
No question.
I have them both, so I don't have to worry about it. Although I do have 2 bench spots where I'm going, God damn it. I wish y'all do something.
Come on. Move.
Isaiah Pacheco or Rashad Penny?
Rashad Penny.
Penny. Not close.
You agree, Armchair?
Yeah, it's Rashad Penny.
B. Malik says drop DJ Moore for Pacheco.
I'd seriously consider it.
Would you? Panthers
What's
offense
what is the
dove
high
that
side?
far. Yeah.
I mean,
Sam Darnold's coming back. And
but
maybe,
you don't know when. It could be 4 fucking weeks from now. Yeah. So now you're holding a dead roster spot. Do you know where DJ Moore ranks in PPR scoring right now among receivers?
No clue, but it ain't good.
No, it's not good. It's not good at all. He's 51.
Ish.
Yeah, here's a list of guys he's behind. Greg Dortch, Isaiah McKenzie, Mac Hollins, Noah Brown, Devin DuVernay, Josh Reynolds. He's been god-awful. Just god-awful. He's behind a slew of guys that have missed games, and they've still outscored him.
But I still feel like there's got to be somebody else on your roster that you'd rather drop.
If I knew Sam Darnold was coming back, if you told me it was Baker Mayfield for 17 weeks, DJ Moore's not rosterable.
I don't think there's a path to that.
Well, I mean, Sam may not come back.
Maybe.
I mean, he heals like a potted plant. So, trust me, I've seen it. He missed a month for mono. And he's not a 14-year-old girl.
Maybe it was a really bad case. You just don't know.
You have to really look at it. It's risk mitigation. Are you rostering someone just for the sake of, like, maybe one day? Because that's an awful way to play fantasy football.
No doubt.
You can't go, like, look, drop him. And if Sam Darnold comes back, I have a feeling that when Darnold gets an okay, DJ Moore will be absolutely available. And if he's not, that's someone else's problem.
And here's a fun question. I always like to ask this question. If I drop a guy, am I going to be pissed if somebody else picks him up? Or am I going to look at you and go, he's your fucking problem now? Because with DJ Moore, that's exactly how I would feel.
Right.
It's exactly how I would feel. John Curtis followed it up with he would be dropping Khalil Herbert or Kareem Hunt. I couldn't drop either one of them for Pacheco.
No.
Herbert's going to split this workload even with Montgomery back. Montgomery will not be a Chicago Bear a year from now. So they're going to get Khalil Herbert meaningful snaps with the intention of him being the starter next year.
Lisa Ebenzel says, are we completely out on DK Metcalf?
Nope. Had a good week last week.
Not out on DK at all.
Now, this week, yeah.
For the price, he's not worth it in DraftKings. If he's in season long, start him. It's fine.
I'm not sure I can start him in season long this week.
Pending your other options.
I mean, he gets Marshawn Lattimore. That's been his kryptonite. He has never played well against New Orleans.
I think I'm with you. I'm looking for another option.
Let me see if I can pull up his game logs. Career stats versus the Saints. They've played 2 times. Well, he actually hasn't been as bad as I thought. That's the weirdest fucking stat line I think I've ever seen. He's played 2 games against New Orleans, 11 targets.
Mm-hmm.
He has 4 catches for 163 yards and a touchdown. He's averaging 41 yards a catch against New Orleans. But that was with Russell Wilson, and now he has Geno Smith.
Who's just as good, right?
Well, I mean, he's as good as the current version of
this
Russell.
year.
Statistically speaking.
This year, sure.
That's because Russ keeps cooking, and he accidentally gave himself salmonella.
But still, 4 of 11
E. coli.
is not great.
He had poopy in his food.
But he could hit a big one. So, Lisa also wants to know flex Curtis Samuel or Damian Harris.
It's close, but I'd go Damian Harris.
Damian Harris.
I really wish there was no Ramondre Stevenson.
Agree,
for that.
Patriot boy?
I guess.
I guess.
It's so close.
The issue is going to be one of the 2 backs will score, and everyone thinks that it's going to be Harris, and I just don't get that feeling. I have a feeling it's Ramondre this week. Samuel's a fine play between those 2, Lisa. I don't think that there's any issue there, but it's probably Damian Harris by a hair.
Kelvin Joyner says, can you imagine getting purged because of fantasy advice?
Oh, I'd get purged because I'm a
Yes.
fucking asshole.
100%.
Because Jeremy got a message at 6 a.m. calling him Floster dumbass. Of course he would get purged.
And you know what's funny? That's not even the worst message I got over the weekend. It was just the most recent one.
Good for you.
Misspelled death threats.
Hey,
I get way more of them than you would think.
What is it they say? As long as you're the target of somebody's ire, you're doing something right.
It's fine. You can hope I die in a fire. I'm not gonna. I live a rather safe life.
Because he's Jason. He can survive anything. Chris D. Flex, Khalil Herbert, Brandon Cooks, or Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra.
He's a no-doubt start.
No, Amon-Ra St. Brown's a top 5 receiver in this league. He's an every week start.
Yep. Start Wentz, Geno, or Dalton. Draft better.
Wentz.
Wentz.
in the order that you have them is how I would start it.
I mean, he could have gone. He could have gone 0 quarterback theory.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, hell, I have decisions like that.
Absolutely. Just throw caution to the wind.
If I missed on Hurts and Lamar and Josh and the highest end guys, I just took nobody.
Right. And hell, playing Geno last week. Obviously, I hope you did that. And if you did,
I did.
You're a better man than me.
I did.
I couldn't have done that.
That is why we cashed.
I saw me do it.
Oh, and the DFS stuff. See, when I see things like that, I think I'm just thinking season long because I don't play the DFS stuff that much. I mean, I play with you guys, see how good I can do. And see how good I could do.
Tank just looks at this and goes, "That's fine. That's fine. I play with myself.
Right. I'm
I
cheap
like
as
it.
fuck. I'm not spending a whole lot of money on DraftKings entries.
I play with myself all day long."
There are, and I'm not even joking, I think 6 free games today on DraftKings.
Nice.
I don't know why you don't just do better. Win
Just
money on the free games.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to pay money.
Oh, wait.
You know why he doesn't do that?
That's a thing?
Because his biggest drawback is that he has to draft better. This is where he has to draft every single week. This would be like me testing out. This would be like me working at a liquor factory. Like, you have one job. Just don't do it at work. Well, drunk again. Good morning, Cheryl.
Gus Edwards going to be a low end RB2.
I like Gus Edwards when he comes back. To me, he's the handcuff to J.K. Dobbins. Really nothing more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll have some standalone value because I do think they'll take some of the workload off of J.K. They don't trust Kenyon Drake and they don't trust Mike Davis. I don't even know why they're on the roster if I'm being really honest.
Daniel Hillman's wife has a team, which good for fucking you.
Fuck yeah.
I wish I could get my wife to play fantasy football.
My wife does, and she's good at
it. Mine just doesn't give a shit. For my wife's football team, who would y'all start in the flex? Scary Terry or James Robinson?
James Robinson.
Full agreement here.
Yeah.
Colin Greene, Titans or Vikings defense?
I think Vikings.
Vikings against the Bears.
Vikings.
Fuck
yes.
yeah. There's going to be some.
Washington's my surprise upset of the day. That reminds me, I need to make sure I have this little sheet of paper that has all of our picks on it, so I don't have to wonder overnight if I got fucked or not. Sorry, that's I promise. The last time. I promise.
Oh, he's still sore. He's just so sore that you guys didn't let him have his win last week.
Okay, I've been giving out shitty fantasy advice all week.
Good for you.
You're a 7 fuck around.
Yeah.
7 find out.
See, this is what you do. It's what you do when you don't give Jeremy his way.
That's not
Let's go
true.
pitch a little fit.
I would never give out bad advice. However, I did announce something with the Patreon. So I did a show. This has now been not last week, but the week before.
Okay.
Where the guy who I hosted the show for, he's a fantasy football show, and he said, "You do realize that you're doing Patreon the wrong way?" And I went, "Oh, do tell."
Yeah.
He said, "Your tiers are fucked up." He said, "You need to have more of those." So now there will be a series of tiers. Because we're going to get preempted Tuesday. Is that what I was to understand?
I don't know.
The schedule hasn't come out yet, but the Dodgers are the other potential for playing the late game. They're not going to have the Dodgers playing late.
Yeah, no. And I don't foresee Major League Baseball putting both of the AL games on in the day slot. So I'm guessing that the Braves are going to end up with a day game on
That's
Tuesday.
my guess. So if that's the way it is, then it'll be set up for Wednesday, where anybody that signs up for the Patreon will have a direct Discord that you're in, I'm in, and Armchair's in. And we'll, as questions come around, we'll basically manage one of your fantasy teams for the low price of just $9.99. And if you have more teams or want more questions, then you stage up.
Yep.
And there's rankings and all kinds of other shit.
Because baseball's like, hey, Monday's over, so no more football. So Tuesday, we're going to put every game on.
And nobody's going to watch it.
And we're going to start it
at
fucking lunch, which is fucking brilliant.
Yeah, we're going to play this game at 9:30 in the morning. You can have Cheerios and baseball, and nobody will give a fuck.
So stupid. We want to really try to pull a number, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to make all of the Atlanta fans have to take off work to watch it. And know who's going to do that? 17 people.
Yeah, I want you to think about that. Does the NFL ever go, hey, you're at work, we're going to put a game on during that? You know why? Because they don't fucking have to.
Right.
They could get away with it if they wanted to, though.
They absolutely could, because I would take off.
I got news for you. The NFL can play a game on a Tuesday at 11 fucking a.m., and guess what? Oh, watching it.
Yep.
What time did we wake up this morning to talk about a London game between the Packers?
I went to bed at 3:45. I was in here at 7:15.
Jesus.
And that was not aided by alcohol.
That's impressive.
Because I had no alcohol yesterday. Mainly because I was afraid that if I cross-pollinated, because I was the eatable
was
was
spinny spins. No, you get the spinny spins.
I do not know how people function like that. Like some people go, and I'm gonna go to work now. Why the fuck would you do that?
I've got a few questions coming in here. B. Malik, Michael Gallup, or Corey Davis? Gallup.
Yep.
Daniel Hillman said his wife's in love with McCaffrey. She would definitely cheat on me with him, and I'm oddly not offended.
We all have lists.
My wife has a list, but I'm not offended by any of them. And none of them are athletes.
They're all actors.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stone Sports Podcast said, because it's fuel. See, not for me. For me, it's like putting a sock in your gas tank, because then it reaches, and now the car won't go. Fucking go.
Kelvin Joyner, what kind of trade value does Kittle have? They're going to start throwing him the ball, and with Goddard, he becomes expendable.
Well, let's just take a gander, shall we? For me, his trade value is still high. Now, I do think if you're going to get him, then the Kittle owner is probably good and pissed off right now. I mean, he's still tight end 6 for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, I am pursuing George Kittle. I am currently getting him. I've traded for him in a couple places this week for a bag of peanuts.
What'd you get for him? Because I'm curious to know, because I have Kittle in a couple places. I'm curious.
I made a lot of trades this week.
I don't tinker as much. I tend to draft and stick with until like we're in the throes of the league. Like we're not even in bye weeks yet. So unless I've had an injury, like a catastrophic injury, or I've lost someone, I'm not tinkering a ton with my roster. I look at it and there are people that I would target for sure, and any chance I have to get better. But like, I have Pierce and Dobbins and Brown and Sanders, and Harris, and then my wide receivers are weak, but I'm okay with that. Keenan Allen is really the drum that makes that one.
I always find myself having to look for something. And that's because that's where I was going with this.
Oh, no, you suck again.
Not everybody drafts as well as you guys do. So we got to be looking for, because, okay, maybe we did running back really well, but then now we got to go find some wide receivers. Or we did wide receiver really well and forgot, we have to have some fucking tight
This
end.
was a horrible year to be in a fantasy league with me, because I had damn near the same strategy in every draft I went into, which was I'm going to come out of the 5th round with Amon-Ra St. Brown as my wide receiver 1. I'm going to come out of the 10th round with Christian Kirk as my wide receiver 2. I'm going to have 2 tight ends, and I'm going to leverage you to high holy fucking hell. And Saquon Barkley was my goal of all goals. This is not a good year to be in the league. I am deep dicking people. But now you asked me what did I give up for Kittle. In the first one I pulled up, it was Raheem Mostert straight up. And I went, there you go, because he's my 6th running back. That's fine. You have him. You take him because Miami can't run a greasy back up a cat's ass. Give me a tight end. And by the way, he's my 3rd.
Stephen Tao says I'm real salty that the Red Sox didn't make the playoffs.
You are.
I mean, I just don't care. When my team's not in it, I don't care. I've officially reached that point with baseball. What number will the Pats and the Jets have in the next draft?
Patriots will be in the top 8. Jets will be in the top 13.
That sounds reasonable.
Could be a little higher on both. Wouldn't shut me in the list.
Rod Johnson says Ohio State's the best team in the country. Let's fucking go. Just wanted to say it. You agree?
He ain't wrong.
Ohio
CJ
State's
Stroud,
the best.
give that man the fucking Heisman. Because now that Bryce Young is removed, and I got news for you. The minute USC plays somebody good, they're fucked.
Right.
Good thing is that won't happen to the playoff, so I'll still be right. Gage Camplin with a super chat. 3 players for my flex, half PPR: Mostert, Deontay Johnson, Tyler Boyd. And for me, it's not Raheem Mostert. Jets against the run. I'll pass.
Yeah.
And that team doesn't run well anyway.
No, they don't.
And they just don't like to. They forget to do it for extended periods of time.
So you're going Johnson? I think I'd go Boyd.
I think I'm going Boyd. I'm glad you both said
Yeah,
that, because I was
Boyd.
sitting there thinking the same
I
thing.
think Boyd seems to be the best option.
I was
there.
actually trying to get to my rankings to see if I had done that, and I think I did.
I don't know. Deontay Johnson he seems to be so in his head the last few weeks that Kenny Pickett comes out and starts throwing off of him, he's going to be completely taken out of the game.
I didn't go that far. It would be Deontay Johnson for me. It's close.
Mm-hmm.
But Mostert is not a play for me this week.
I don't know. He seems like a very emotional animal lately. I don't like it.
And we thank Gage Camplin. Oddly enough, I had dinner with a Canadan the other night, and he commented, "How do you have so many Canadians that watch your shit?" And I'm like, I don't know. For whatever reason.
It's because Armchair.
Yeah, because Canadians are awesome.
Because I share the shit out of this show.
Yes, you do.
Armchair's
we
got his
appreciate
network,
that.
and we're big fans of that.
And we appreciate that. It's also why we have this sweet homage to our Canadians.
Should be the amazing French Canadians singing it. And welcome back into the program, gents.
We got that Canada.
This week on the Fantasy Roundup,
we got a Canadian and a. Never mind. No good can come from what I was.
I know we normally ride the range, but I'd avoid all them Dallas Cowboys.
Why do you sound like a Southern lawyer in an old school movie?
This is
You sound like you should be
cowboy shit.
representing someone that's accused of something just heinous.
Hey, the Wild West had lawyers too, buddy.
Quick coffee, gents. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, coffee break.
All right, which defense should I start? This is from Sky Empire. Eagles, Jags, Vikings. I know which way I'm leaning.
Vikings.
And I would go Jags.
You would go Jags.
I would go Jags. Houston's god-awful.
But so is Chicago.
Uh-oh. Oh. He muted himself. Hold on. Nobody wants to see the random Zoom call. Doot, doot.
Ooh.
Doot, 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 doot.
And in today's scandals.
How did your head get so small? What the shit?
Is my head shrinking?
I mean, your head's already itty-bitty.
It is. It is so tiny.
Especially when you put it next to mine. Because mine's a cinder block on a pair of shoulders with a whole shit ton of hair on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't have much of a robust profile to the old head these days.
But Sky Empire, to answer your question, all three of those are probably decent enough plays. Mine in order would be Jags, Eagles, Vikings. The Eagles' defense is just so damn good.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't overlook how good Jacksonville's – I mean, I'm curious to see how close you come on this.
Okay.
How many defenses have outscored the Jacksonville Jaguars through 4 weeks?
6.
You're too high.
Really?
They're 5.
Really?
Overall.
Wow.
And the only 4 in front of them are Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, Buffalo, and the 49ers. And those 5 are 10 points ahead of every other team in the league.
Mm-hmm. Well, good for them.
I picked up Jacksonville after a week and went, I'm gonna ride the lightning on this.
Chauncey Major wants to know Higbee or Waller. I go Higbee. I would. I'm a pissed off Darren Waller owner right now. Josh McDaniel, number 2 on the purge list.
And I mean, I guess I kind of get it. Darren Waller's still a tight end 1. I mean, yeah, he's 12, but
yeah,
I'm going Darren Waller.
Points just
Play your
aren't there.
studs. Play your studs.
Play your studs.
I mean, they're going to get it right eventually. That Kansas City defense not good. This is a shootout.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Higbee has to be good. Cooper Kupp's going to fucking demolish them. So, I'd go Waller.
Okay. All right. Maybe this is the week.
Rob Johnson asked if Armchair was sad with the Blue Jays. We'll let him answer that when he gets back, but he was super pissed. And literally when we hopped on for the pre-production this morning, the first question he asked me was, how do you deal with having a team that just fucks you sideways every time you turn around? And I went, well, I mean, you get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm your huckleberry.
It's kind of like prison. I mean, yeah, it's not ideal. I don't want this to happen, but it's been so long that I've just got used to it.
Right.
It's kind of like making coffee in the
It
morning.
was, 1992 since the Toronto Blue Jays won it all? I feel like you should be
93.
used to it by now. 93?
He's back.
But they were. But
It was
listen, but
93.
they weren't relevant for a long time, and now they are relevant again.
Right.
And yeah.
Well, you had
Guess what?
spurts.
They choked.
You had spurts. Like the Roy Halladay, when Roy Halladay came in, they were a little relevant. And
New York Giants on the board, 20-13 Green Bay Packers.
I feel like you get like 2 or 3 good years in a row, and then like 10 years of sadness with that team.
Gage Camplin with a super chat. What are your guys' best bets of the week?
Best bets of the week.
After
This
yesterday,
ain't a tank question.
After yesterday, I'm due for a good day because college football was a bloodletting.
Yeah.
It weren't
It
good.
didn't go good for you?
No.
Yeesh.
No.
I mean, I did see the South Carolina thing was not good.
Well, I mean, I thought Will Levis was going to play.
Mhm.
And same thing with Arkansas. I thought KJ Jefferson was going to play. I'm beholden to the information I get. But that's the pain in the dick about betting college football is you have to go through back channels and talk to Billy Bob Cooterfuck to get any information out of anybody. And then when it's wrong, what are you going to do? Like, yeah, sorry you paid $4 for this information outside of an outhouse. Sorry that I fucked you on that. I had 3 of those this week. Just
Yeah.
throwing that out there, you know? Sunday. I'm not mad on Sundays. The
So I
Chiefs
beat
are for
you.
the
I
wins.
beat you.
You didn't mean to.
Like I did. I think I did mean to.
You didn't mean to.
Because I had TCU and Carolina. All right.
That was an opposite fuck around and find out. That was a I found out, and now I'm going to pretend I was fucking around.
Yeah. Bingo.
Good
Best
for you.
bets of the week. Ones that I am very heavy on. I do like the Jets plus 3.5 today. We were across the board, which means Miami's going to fucking kill us. New England minus the 3. That's one that people are really undervaluing. Vegas is trying to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Detroit can score. Okay. Their defense is horrid. New England lines up well. I like New England in that game a lot. Bad teams on the road. That's not that hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Other ones that I'm really high on.
I still like Cleveland today.
I like Cleveland today plus the 2. I like Cleveland today plus the 2. And then I get into a lot of over-unders. I have several over-under bets today that I'm really fond of. Jets, Dolphins. That is overwritten. All fucking
You like
overwritten.
that?
Yeah.
You like that Sunday night over a ton, don't
Oh,
you?
God, yeah. Over the 47.5 between Cincinnati and Baltimore. They might do that in 3 quarters. And then under 40 in San Francisco, Carolina.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
Unless you think San Francisco is scoring 37 points, then
Yeah, I don't see any other path for that not being a 24-0 ball game.
I think I had it 27-7 was my final score.
Roundabout. We're roundabout in the same ballpark.
Yuck.
Big Malik said there's some wild spreads this week. Yes, there are. And that's the thing. The thing about the NFL is that it's easier to bet in the beginning. Now, if you're betting every game, it's hard fucking period. I don't give a damn who you are. There's a reason we're one of the only shows that do that. Then it'll get really tight about now, and then it'll loosen up 4 weeks from now. These are the hardest weeks of the season to bet the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do, go to betus.com, use promo code Sportsocracy. They'll give you a 125% deposit match on your initial bonus up to $5,000.
Rob Johnson says Tampa Bay is the bet of the day, minus 10 against the Falcons. They're pissed, and they're going to come in and beat the shit out of them.
And I'm just going to tell you,
Hope.
I know this coach. That is one that you could get your ass burnt on because they win by 7.
Mm-hmm.
They just bleed the clock out. Drake London hits a big one on them. Scott Gunther asked, would you start Drake London today? Same game, so I figured that.
No. Not if I had a decent option.
I
would too. Because here's my question. Who the fuck's going to stop him? Drake London is legitimately 6'5".
Yeah.
You don't have a corner that's over 5'11".
Okay.
And you don't have Jordan Whitehead back there to actually legitimately scare somebody to go across the middle. I think Drake London has a huge day.
Really? Okay.
You got to understand, your defense is not that good.
Okay.
And your pass rush against that Atlanta line, and I know that sounds insane to say.
Mitigated.
The line's been good in Atlanta. If you look at the PFF grades, and I know you make fun of me for PFF, and I mean, facts don't care about your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Through 4 weeks of the season, how many offensive lines are rated better than the Atlanta Falcons?
4.
6.
Oh, okay.
There's 7 overall, which is just nanners.
It's weird. It's weird that they found something finally.
I mean, you have that much talent. Eventually, you have to be.
Yeah.
And they're one of 2 teams that are 4-0 against the spread this year
But who's the youngest one of that group?
on the offensive line.
Yeah. It's like Caleb McGarry, isn't it?
No, there's a young guy on that line.
It's too many points. It's just too many points.
That's where I'm at.
I think Lindstrom and McGarry came in the same year.
Okay.
Too many points. Minus 10 is too many.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I wouldn't take it, but there again, it could be a.
It scares me. With
it could be a Tom Brady fuck you game.
It scares me with Todd Bowles.
He's just getting more and more pissed about seeing what he's going to pay in alimony.
Stone Sportscast said Bears under. I cannot agree with you more. The Bears are becoming like Iowa. Vegas is getting ballsy. Did you see the final score?
Just 6-3.
No, it's
Wasn't
I
it
think
9-6?
9-6.
Something like that.
They
Both the Iowa
physically
games were
cannot set the lines low enough on these teams.
Right.
I mean, because you can't set an over-under at 27 and fucking half. So it's free money every single week because they're so good defensively. They're so bad offensively.
Yeah.
The Bears are in the same context for a different reason.
Yeah.
They're so fucking bad offensively, but they're so slow. They play slow as shit. And so the clock's constantly running.
Mm-hmm.
They turn the ball over and put themselves in bad positions, but they don't give up that many points. So Bears under, to me, is I'm going to keep doing it until somebody gets me off of it.
I think all of Iowa football yesterday combined for 19 points.
Kansas State beat them 10-9, and I think the final in Iowa, Illinois was 9-6. Hot. And if you added those two together, neither one of them would have covered an over-under.
So we got 2013 the ball game now in England. 5:30 to go in the third quarter.
They're reviewing something. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, it was 9-6. Illinois beat Iowa.
Gross.
If you watch more than 15 seconds of that game, I need you to explain that.
20-13. Saquon's up to 68 yards. Darius Slayton, if you played him today.
He's having a bit of a day.
Not bad.
I mean, at some point
That's
they
a
had to throw it
12-pointer.
to him. They didn't have a fucking choice.
That's a 12-pointer. And your leading receiver for the Green Bay Packers is Randall Cobb. 5 catches, 78 yards.
Just like we predicted.
100%.
We're so fucking smart at this fantasy thing.
Bill Belichick asked, flexed Everett or Dobbins? I'm going J.K. Dobbins.
Dobbins.
Yeah.
And don't forget, 30 minutes from now, members exclusively, last minute. This video will become that one. Last minute, whatever questions you got. But you have to be a member of the House of Reprehensibles.
Drake London or Deontay Johnson from Scott Gunther?
Drake London.
Agree.
By a pretty good bit.
I agree. I'm completely out on Deontay Johnson.
I'll be right back.
Glenn Hopper, Carr or Goff?
Carr!
He says Derek Carr.
Yeah, it's Carr.
Yeah, but I don't hate Jared Goff.
No.
Do you think Billy's gonna be able to confound him?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't think that's going to be. I think people are assuming that this game is going to be a super high-scoring game, and I just don't see it. I see it being, 40-something points, maybe 50 points. I don't, could the Lions win? Sure, but I don't know if it's going to be a massive day for Goff.
So
He'll have a better
leans.
day than Art Satowski, that's for sure.
So do you lean more of a 2017 or a 26-24 ending?
No, I think it's closer to like 2017, and I think it's Patriots play the time of possession game, run the ball, clock management, Bailey Zapp gets to chill out, that kind of deal.
Okay. Smitty says drop Dak for Lazard. I really don't need a receiver, but he looks like a consistent option. I'm also scared to drop Dak because I think that he'll be top 7 fantasy quarterback when he comes back. I'm not dropping Dak. Somebody did that in one of my leagues this week, and I thought it was absolutely dumb.
I dropped Dak.
Really?
Yeah.
Just
Unless he was
let
the
him
only option available.
just let him be somebody else's problem.
Yep. What has he shown you in his one game? What is he going to do when he comes back?
I don't know.
As soon as he's risk reward, he's going to have good games. Cowboys fans will tell you, how about them Cowboys all the time. I just don't. I feel like Dak is a different version of Russ right now. I feel like there's no performance. It's all past behavior that we're basing this on.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get there's a love affair for him. For me, I would drop him. There's got to be another quarterback out there that you could pick up that is going to give you a decent floor. You could probably trade someone for a better quarterback at this point. I think Dak is in the middle.
Okay. Now, I still have hopes that Dak's going to do something. Now, don't get me wrong. I have 0 shares of Dak Prescott, and when he got dropped, I was not one of the ones that went to pick him up. So that probably tells me everything I need to know. It's just it's something that I can't get over in my own head of going, he's not that bad. We talk about him like he's in this dog shit tier, but he can't be that bad.
He's not. No, he's not that bad.
He's got CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup's going to do things. He's still got Tony Pollard to play with. So, I mean, while he's not going to be throwing up 400-yard games, he's still got fantasy value.
Rams this week, no Dak. He
Right.
comes back against the Eagles. Okay. I have the Eagles as the far and away favorite there.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions in next, and that's going to be a shoot 'em out. And then the Bears. Then he gets his bye.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like Packers, Vikings, Giants. It's a mess. This schedule is a mess. I wouldn't touch Dak with a 10-foot pole. I would feel very comfortable dropping Dak. No problem at all. And yes, he can put up numbers. He will score some points. You will be able to find another quarterback that can score.
The question from Z Smitty was, Jeremy, dropping Dak for Lazard.
Which are somebody in your league is so killed at quarterback that they'll do something for Dak.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I'm at.
Somebody in your league is that killed that they will do something. I would try to go 2 for 1, Dak and something else for one player, and then go get Lazard.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also notorious for doing that. I'll lose a trade in a 2 for 1 just to have the open roster spot.
Mm-hmm. Rob Johnson says he dropped Russell Wilson for Trevor Lawrence.
I don't blame you.
Good move.
I don't blame you. Russell Wilson's value at this point is zip.
Yep. And the difference between him and Dak, because somebody made the comparison of Dak and Russ, are comparable right now. And I don't feel like we're there with Dak yet.
No, I'm not there with Dak. In terms of total points for quarterbacks. Hold on, I got to find him. Russell Wilson's played an extra freaking game.
Mm-hmm.
He's still not in the top 10. Think about what I just said.
Mm-hmm. Bad.
He has been bad.
And we were making those purge references. I think KJ Hamler is going to be going to Russ's house.
Oh, he was pissed. No Xavier Howard today for the Miami Dolphins.
Interesting.
Holy balls.
Now this just got interesting, folks.
There's Byron Jones
back. To me because someone has already played a bunch of JETS Jets. And Smitty, for what it's worth, I had Dak as QB 11 preseason. So I'm not completely out on him as optionable. I just think there's other guys out there that can get you points at this point.
Who the fuck is going to start at corner for the Dolphins?
Doesn't matter.
Noah Igbignogany.
I'm going to go grab me some coffee. Be right back.
It is a great day to be a New York Jets wide receiver.
JETS, let's go! Oh, that makes me like Garrett Wilson even more than I already did.
I'm already drunk on him. I already have him in way too many lines. I am overweight.
God.
Garrett Wilson.
Would I be out of my mind to play a Jet stack?
Well, I've already told you I played a bunch. I have a bunch.
Oh, I may. You know, I give out a DraftKings lineup at the end of every one of these shows.
You want me to give you one right now?
Does it have the MILF Slayer in it?
It does.
Oh my.
Zach Wilson at QB. Nick Chubb and Dalvin Cook at running back. Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, Ty Conklin at tight end, Devonta Smith at wide receiver, and the Jets defense.
Oh my. That's ballsy, and I like it. I'll tell you, mine's not going to look exactly like yours, but it's going to be pretty fucking close. Boop.
I had money left over. I could have spent up on some other guys, but I felt Gabe Davis was a safe bet.
God, there's a chance that I'm going to change. There's a chance that I'm going to change my.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Because the second you tinker with the number one rule of DraftKings, Jeremy,
Don't tinker. Don't
No,
tinker because
just-
you'll regret it.
your better bet is to submit a whole new lineup,
Yep,
which
that's-
I've done multiple times. This is why you end up with, 45 lineups in a day, and I completely understand because I end up with the same.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I still have $1,400 left in that lineup that I just told you, so there's money to spend.
Oh,
Like,
boys.
I could easily go Mike Williams or Christian Kirk or Kamara in there as well at the flex.
74 at receiver. Oh, boy.
Yeah. It gives you a ton of cash. It's a ton of room to play with.
Zach Wilson, Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, Alvin Kamara, Garrett Wilson, Zay Jones, Mike Evans, Dalton Schultz, and the 49ers.
Ooh,
Wee-wee.
I like that a whole lot.
Yeah, that's tempting. That is very tempting.
All right, let me toss it in. Might as well go.
That is very tempting. Let's see.
Sorry, say it one more time.
Oh, say it one more time. Zach Wilson.
Yep.
Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, Alvin Kamara.
Yep.
49ers defense. Dalton Schultz. Garrett Wilson, Zay Jones, Mike Evans.
Let's see where it lands.
Round and round she goes.
The Mike Evans pick I like.
I'm high on Mike Evans. I just don't think AJ Terrell's big enough to deal with him. Did Saquon Barkley die?
No, he's just.
He has like a carry in the second half.
Yeah, it's an ugly game, as we can expect.
Rob
It'll be
Johnson said
fine,
Alabama opened as a 10-point favorite at Tennessee, and I don't know what to think about that. I can tell you exactly what I think about it. I'd be on the Tennessee side all motherfucking day. Now, I do think Alabama did the look-ahead thing with A&M, and that's why it was so close. But Alabama on the road, they do not cover big numbers.
Alabama had a problem with ball security yesterday, real bad.
And B. Malik said Saquon did get hurt, looked like a wrist.
Great.
Chris D., would you switch Brian Robinson and Dotson from IR to the bench? Would keep Dotson on the IR spot for a couple weeks if I do this. I would. I mean, it gives you a free look at Brian Robinson that costs you absolutely nothing. I'm always a fan of being able to see things for nothing.
Free look, yeah.
Anytime I can get a free look, I'm down. Holy shit, that whole lineup I gave you plays at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
I love doing that. Makes 4 o'clock very stressful.
Very.
Ah, no, I got one. Schultz plays at 4.
There you go.
And the 49ers play at 4. Yeah, we're doing that. We're going to chuck that dart in the millionaire, boys and girls.
We chuck it in. We'll see what happens. Let's put it in the fuck around scale and see where we find out.
Let's see. Millionaire. Boop. Doody-doo, dee-doo-dee-doo, doody-doo.
Did you guys see Art Satowski through 3 quarters with 10 for 15 with 16 yards completed?
Who?
Yeah, he plays for the Fighting Illini.
Oh yeah, dude. None of those Big Ten teams can score. It is
16 yards.
gruesome how bad they are.
10 completions for 16 yards.
Dude, Ohio State will win every game they play in that conference by 4 touchdowns until they play Michigan. And I'm not sure they won't beat Michigan that bad.
Yeah, you're right.
Art Satowski.
Yep. Montgomery or Boyd flex half PPR from Gage Kaplan with the super chat.
Montgomery or Boyd? Montgomery or Boyd?
I think I'm a Boyd.
Half PPR.
I think I'm on Boyd. Half PPR.
That brings it closer, but I think I'm still on Boyd.
I am too. I don't know how much workload you're actually going to see from David Montgomery today.
Yeah.
And I think even if it's there, it's going to be gross. Saquon, you weren't here for this. Saquon got hurt.
Oh, did he really?
Wrist.
Son of a bitch. Just when you think you're turning the corner.
Brian's quite sad. B. Malik
Amon-Ra
asked,
St. Brown is active today.
yes. B. Malik asked, with Howard out, should I replace Gallup with Corey Davis? It's not a bad call. Zach Wilson trusts Corey Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And
He had some big ones
just,
last year.
And I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm looking at this Miami lineup. Kohu, the slot kid, he's going to get a good amount of Garrett Wilson. It's the outside guys. Nigel Needham, who has been a bag of corks. I don't even know who the other one is. Is it Noah Igbignogany?
I think so.
Let's see.
Couple of key inactives early on. Looks like Dawson Knox is out. Isaiah McKenzie out.
Oh,
for
no.
Buffalo.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm firing up Corey Davis.
Yeah, I would too.
I'm actually going to fire up Corey Davis in that Garrett Wilson spot, I think.
Yeah?
I do, because Kohu he'll be on Garrett Wilson a lot in the slot. God, and it could be Elijah Moore day, too.
I have more in a bunch of games.
Oh, which one do you which way do you go? You know what? I'm going to go Elijah Moore. Fuck it.
Yeah. I just put Elijah Moore in my lineup.
I'm going to go Elijah Moore.
And as we mentioned, no Xavier Howard. Trey Flowers also out for the Dolphins. So.
Oh, Amon-Ra. You go Amon-Ra or Mike Evans?
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans. I wanted to say Amon-Ra, but I can't. Is that for a DFS lineup?
Uh-huh. I with no fuckhead.
Fuckhead.
Xavier Howard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going Zach Wilson.
Okay.
I have never been more confident the Jets are going to win this game than I am right now.
Nice.
New Orleans inactives, Landry, Thomas, both out. So.
Olave.
But he's the only one.
So that gives you that.
I'm not saying anything else that's really no DJ Chark for the Lions, but we already knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, Oruwariye is out too.
Julio out for the Buccos.
So glad we did that.
Signed Julio Jones?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So glad.
I'm going to tell you I'll tell you a name that nobody's going to talk about. You know what? Let me go down a rabbit hole here for a second. Because I think it's going to make me absolutely drunk in love on a player I was already pretty high on in the first place. No Logan Thomas today, by the way.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm about to tell you there is a no doubt you should play him everywhere. Based on a weird, I didn't know this guy was hurt. Holy shit. Yeah. Dameon Pierce is a no doubt.
No doubt start.
Foley Fatukasi's out. That's the one run stopper they have. Dameon Pierce may have 200 fucking yards today.
Huh. Okay.
I won't be shocked if he leads the NFL in touches today because that is their one path to keeping this game close. Wow. 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 Dameon Pierce.
Just shot up the board.
Welcome
Damn.
to inactives.
Mm-hmm. Chris D says A.J. Dillon's doing nothing for me since week one. No.
Is it time to worry about Green Bay, like, legitimately?
No.
Are you sure? Because
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
think
as
so.
positive of that.
I don't think so. I think they'll be just that team. They win games. They win them ugly, but they're gonna keep winning.
How many points should the Packers have beaten the Patriots by?
Way more than they did, especially with Bailey Zapp playing quarterback.
With the third quarterback and 40-year-old Brian Hoyer getting the start, this should not have been close.
Oh, separated shoulder on Saquon.
Jeez.
Damn it, I just traded for him like 2 weeks ago.
It'll be all right. Rub some dirt on a kid. Get back in the game. Washington or the Titans straight up?
I'm taking Washington. Smart money has been on Washington. I can't tell you it makes sense.
I'm still on Tennessee.
I didn't say it made sense. I said it's happening.
It's happening.
Yeah. I'll get there in a second. Yeah, Dameon Pierce is a guy I'm highly on. I'm actually going to have to find a way to shoehorn him into my big lineup. I don't quite know how I'm going to do that.
B. Malik says he's had 4 shoulder surgeries. Sometimes the shoulder could be a few weeks. Sometimes it could be a few months.
Hey, I've had a shoulder that's not been kind to me over the years.
His worst was 13 months. Yikes.
I had one that hurt for 5 years. I never got it fixed, and it hurt forever.
Right. Hell, I think my uncle's doctor's trying to get him into redoing his shoulder, but it's probably tore up a whole lot.
Do it.
But he told him recovery time's like 16 months.
Oh, the recovery time's intense.
He can't do that.
Oh yeah, the recovery time's intense, no doubt.
He's in one of those positions when you employ yourself.
Yeah,
you can't really afford to take 16 months off.
Oh, trust me, I grew up with those problems. I've seen it. Armchair, I'm going to ask you a very off-the-wall question. This is a player that a lot of people have been very high on, Juwan Johnson, Yin Yao.
Oh.
Seattle's horrid against tight ends.
I am in.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm tinkering with my big lineup. Don't judge me.
Oh, it was a bad idea.
Well, here's the thing. Had to. Can't stop. Won't stop.
Super chat from Gage Camplin. Thought on parlay games are straight up. Tampa, Detroit, Bengals, Ravens over, San Francisco, Philly, Chubb over 49.5.
Chubb over 49.5 as long as he is upright is a no doubt.
32-1 odds.
The only one that scares me, and that's Detroit. I think you might be on the wrong side of that. Everything else seems like a layup.
Yeah. Yep, I'm with you.
Oh, I'm pulling Jalen Hurts out of my lineup.
Do you go McCaffrey or Jeff Wilson today? It's McCaffrey.
It's McCaffrey.
Don't
play your
sit
studs.
your studs.
Play your studs. Oh, I can do so many things. Oh, I can have Stephon Diggs against freaking Pittsburgh. And no one can touch him, and I know it.
Rob Johnson says he heard OBJ either going to the Packers or the Chargers.
I think it's the Packers, the Chargers, or the Rams. People are sleeping on the Rams. I'm not real sure why. I mean, he's been around that team constantly.
Chargers to be the 3?
Well, the thought is that Keenan Allen just lives hurt at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I keep entering lineups with slightly tinkered versions of guys I've already submitted.
I have to have a cheap quarterback, and I don't know who it is.
Trevor Lawrence?
Not cheap enough.
Geno?
Not cheap enough. I'm gonna have to tinker with this somewhere.
Bailey.
I could have Bailey Zappi.
Put in Bailey.
Bailey Zappi.
You laugh as if I don't have that in a free game.
Of course you do.
Yeah, but who the fuck do you stack him with?
Hunter Henry. Jonnu Smith is out.
Jonnu Smith's been out, and Hunter Henry hadn't been worth a shit.
Hunter
Parker.
Henry
I'm telling you, Parker.
It's not Parker.
It's not Parker.
Parker might get a touchdown, but I doubt it. I'm Hunter Henry and Bailey Zapp. If you want to go, like, listen, if you want to throw something away, like just completely cheap, go as low as you can. You go Bailey Zapp at quarterback and Hunter Henry at tight end, and that gives you cheap. Hunter Henry's like 2,900.
And then
toss in Jets defense at 26, and then you've got 6,500 to spend per guy. And if you threw in Zay Jones at 40, whatever he is, you're in it.
You can do a lot of shit. Jacoby Myers playing today?
Yes.
I was going to say, do you
Myers
target?
is up today?
Yes.
If you're paying up, you're targeting Stephon Diggs?
I like Diggs a lot. That's the one I want.
Nick Chubb?
I have Nick Chubb's in all my lineups.
So Nick Chubb, if you want to go Nick Chubb, Alvin Kamara, and Diggs in that lineup,
The money works.
I have $6,100 left to fill 2 slots, and that's a flex and a wide receiver. So I can still put Dameon Pierce in my flex, who's a no-doubt play at 62. Gives me 6,100 to toss in Devonta Smith, $6,000. Bailey Zapp, Chubb, Kamara, Diggs, Zay Jones, Devonta Smith, Hunter Henry, Dameon Pierce, Jets defense.
Oh, I am tinkering to the highest extreme here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie ball game in London.
Yes, we do.
20 all with 10 minutes to go.
Let's go!
And who the fuck scored that
Gary
touchdown?
Brightwell.
Jesus Christ. Gary Brightwell.
Gary Brightwell.
Where did he go to school?
The pride of somewhere. Where did he go to school?
Tennessee Tech.
No, he went to Arizona.
Fuck if I know. I'm making shit up.
Yeah, he went to Arizona.
I
Brian
don't
Haynes,
know that I know Gary Brightwell.
By the time Brian gets to Village Porch to watch football with us, he may be speaking in cursive.
Mm-hmm. There's going to be that one lady at the bar, too. The last week when we were there, this one lady at the bar stopped me. She goes, "Where's your loud friend?" And I went, "Yeah, he only gets to come out and play every now and then."
Yes.
So,
where's your loud friend?
Where's your
Brian
loud
Haynes,
friend?
I think you should take great solace.
You will have to be more specific.
Well, 100%. That in a crowd with me, you're considered the loud one. M85 with a super chat. Have you tried In-N-Out out west? I have.
No, I haven't.
And it is wonderful.
Nope.
I hear great things.
Oh, it's so good. It's just dirty.
Because that's a California thing, right?
Oh, it's an out west thing. See, of the two of us, one or three of us, I don't know how much Armchairs. How much have you traveled around, Mr. Armchair?
Well, I've been all over the world. I just haven't had any In-N-Out. I mean, I've spent time in Vegas plenty, but not much in LA.
So I traveled all over the country for work. So there's damn near nothing you could ask me that I've never had. And In-N-Out is one of those that I'm like, son of a bitch. Why is that not out here?
I've done a ton of the East Coast, like most of it. I've done more in the U.S. and Europe than I have in Canada. Like I've been all over Europe. I've hardly been all over Canada. So.
I have never been to
That's
Europe.
awesome. I've always wanted to go to Europe.
I saw Hostel. And,
Don't stay in a hostel.
I saw Hostel, and then I was like,
movie.
They're just killing people.
Yeah, they lit somebody's eye on fire. No.
Spend money. Don't be cheap.
Right. Weird shit always happens in Europe. I'm afraid, like, if I'm going to go
do you
to...
know what they eat for breakfast in Europe? Cheese and meat.
Well, that's awesome.
And
yeah, absolutely. Just also kind of afraid if that week that I go there, it's going to end up being the week that, I don't know,
you got to remember
Germany invades or something, and I'm like, all right, fuck this. Now I'm stuck.
Oh, no, I see what I'm going to do. Oh, my Lanta. Yep, so I just tinkered with my my biggest lineup of the week.
Let's hear it.
Oh, boy, this is a banger. Hey, this is go big or go home, boys and girls. With Mr. Bailey Zapp as my quarterback. Throwing to Jacoby Myers, who's back this week. Only player in New England that's had more than 5 targets in any game all year. Nick Chubb, Kamara, Dameon Pierce. Jawan Johnson is my tight end. Stephon Diggs and Zay Jones with the 49ers defense.
Jeez.
Let's go. Let's win $1 million today. Let's go. If I win $1 million with a Bailey Zapp lineup, that will be the greatest shade that any Patriots fan can ever throw at me. You won the $1 million with the third-string quarterback that you made fun of Bill for drafting.
It's the lowest score you've ever had on DraftKings.
Ever?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I've had lineups that were fucking terrible. I know I threw up $130 one time in the NBA, and I didn't actually know that was possible.
It's that bad.
Well, I mean, I routinely scored in the 300s in the NBA. In the NBA. So you chuck out a buck and a third, and it's one of those where you just go, ouch.
Oh, that's right, because rebounds and shit, you got guys scoring 70 points sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've had Jokic score 100 for me more than once.
Wow.
Him and Embiid both, actually. But yes, that is. If I win the friggin' $1 million with a lineup that's that disgusting, I almost don't know that I would accept it. Like, I would go take the check and go, okay, I have to donate some of this to charity, and maybe to a church, because that's really the only way this should be even half-assed.
Mm-hmm. Stephen Towle says part of his DFS went Trevor, Kamara, Pierce, Olave, and London. It's not bad.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's not bad at all. It's got a lot of upside.
Bailey Zapp.
2 rushing touchdowns for the Giants, and neither were Saquon Barkley.
And boys and girls, I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings if you are a fan of the Green Bay Packers, but it's about to be Giants ball. Because it's 4th and 10, 25-yard line.
Nice. M85, is this where in and outs exist?
Yes.
California, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Utah, and Idaho.
I used to have to go to California a lot.
Never been to any of those states.
I used to have to go to California a lot.
I take that back. I've been through Utah, which is not the greatest of places. It's very flat, and then there's a lot of mountains, and then it's flat again, and then there's mountains. Somewhere there's a big lake, but I've never seen it.
Why do the Giants have Jason Pennick returning kicks? He used to play for the Jets. He never once returned a kick for us. He muffed it. Went out of bounds, but he muffed it.
A-Rod looks really off tonight, says Ben Malik. Yeah, well.
It has not appeared to go well.
He really hasn't been on all year long. Two touchdowns, 200 yards a game, 240 yards a game. Yay.
I mean, damn near every person that's in our chat right now is a member anyway, so I figure we'll just stay here.
We'll just stay here.
We'll just stay here.
Stay right here.
I mean, damn near every person in our chat's a member anyway. So
true.
Bonus for those that aren't.
Stephen Towle says they ain't gonna have him return another one.
I guarantee you. I can guarantee you that.
Guarantee you.
It's panic time in Green Bay.
I don't want to agree with you, but I do.
Is this the ugliest 3-1 team we have this year?
It very well may be. It very well may be.
Ugh.
Ugliest 3-1 team? I'd argue Miami with all the injuries.
Oh, hello, Zay Jones.
Miami won out pretty convincingly against a bunch of those games. So I don't think that they're the ugliest.
The Giants are 3-1.
The Cowboys are ugly. Yeah, but
the Cowboys are gnarly.
Yeah, they're a 3-1 team under the Cooper Rush regime.
Yeah.
The main guy.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Am I out of my mind to pick up Juwan Johnson and drop Irv Smith this week?
No.
Because Irv Smith's been dog shit.
No. You keep waiting. Keep on waiting for that Irv Smith. That's a drug of choice. That's a good drug of choice for fantasy football.
God, he has 91 yards all year long. I'm doing it. I don't want to, but I'm doing it.
Non-PPR need a flex, says Brew Crew. Gallup or Breece Hall? It's Breece.
Breece by a lot.
Breece.
I like everything Jets today,
wouldn't
which
even-
means they're going to get fucking dogged.
I wouldn't even go Michael Gallup if it was PPR.
I like everything Jets, which means we're going to get the piss beat out of us.
Just remember, I said Jets before the news, so you should be fine.
You did, and I was the only one that took the Dolphins in the pick'em, and now I hate myself. That's why you don't do segments and then change your mind, because I did, and now the world is punishing me.
Need to work on that. That didn't rhyme. So long term, how screwed are the Denver Broncos with Russ's contract?
Badly.
Yeah,
Very, very
Yeah.
badly.
$245 million for. Well, what
Not
I feel
much.
like is the quarterback equivalent of, I don't know, what Arby's.
They have the meats. God, Green Bay has been awful. Oh, and we have the Giants in the red zone.
Could the Packers lose this game?
100% they could.
Yes, they very well. look
100%
like they're
they
going
could.
to.
As a matter of fact, as of right now, FBI has them as a 2-1 long shot to win this game.
Wow.
I know somebody that took the Giants in the pick 'em. It wasn't Tank.
Did you take them?
I did.
Really?
And so did Asheville Police Chief David Zach,
Really?
which means you're down 1.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, potentially. It's still
Well,
the
I mean,
Giants.
they have to score 2 touchdowns to do it because it was 9, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the Giants could fuck up the blow gibbers. So
True.
You can't really cash that check till she clears.
Yeah. Well, I keep thinking someday Green Bay's going to wake up. But maybe it is panic time.
It doesn't.
I'm usually a week behind these trends anyway.
Tyquan Thornton up today, Armchair?
He's healthy. I don't know how much he's going to play.
But he's on the active roster.
He's on the active. Yeah, he got elevated, and they who did they DFA? I don't remember who they put someone down to the practice squad earlier in the week. But he's back. Our boomer bust option.
Anthony Weghorst said, is it too early to start drinking Busch Light? Fuck no. Domestic lights go great with breakfast.
Brian Haynes been on the vodka Red Bulls or vodka Monster since 8:30.
Oh, and Saquon came back.
Saquon's back in the game and just ran it 41 yards.
He sure did.
Good for him. Come on, Saquon. Then they direct snapped on the 4-yard line or on the 5-yard line. And he took it to the 1. They're threatening. Come on, Saquon. Give me that touchdown.
Threatening.
Unbelievable. Every week. Every week the NFL never ceases to throw you a curveball.
Nope.
This is ugly.
The NFL's fun.
Yeah, Chauncey Major. Go figure. Green Bay's defensive depth chart. Look at it. They should be the second best defense in the league, hands down.
And they're not.
And they're not.
They're not even close.
Oh, God.
M85 says, thank God I dropped Green Bay for Philly last moment.
Oh, God, an unnecessary roughness on the friggin' Packers. God, and this team's so undisciplined, too. That's one of those things I don't understand. Like, how can you be this vet and this undisciplined? And Rasul Douglas, God almighty, you've been in this league way too long for that shit.
M85 says London games are trap games.
Every time.
Every
100%.
fucking time.
Every freaking time.
I would be so pissed if I was the GM of a team and the schedule comes out, hey, you guys are going to London. Fuck!
Or not.
I don't want to go to
I
London.
don't want to go to London.
I do the New Orleans Saints thing. Just play no one. We're going to go to London. We're going to eat some, fish and chips, teas and crumpets and spotted dick, and then we're just moving on.
And Saquon in the end zone.
Yeah,
finally.
let's go.
The Giants with a 26-20 lead. 27-20 lead now over the Green Bay Packers.
Fuck it, let's go.
Unreal.
Now I feel better that that's going to be a dub.
You had it anyway.
I'm going to be eating them dubs.
You had it anyway.
Num, num, num.
Unreal.
Colin Greene says, how can you have so many veterans and be so undisciplined? Welcome to New Orleans. Yep.
He ain't wrong.
He's not wrong.
In fairness, he ain't wrong.
Tal said, some of y'all are 20 seconds above the rest of us. Yeah, hang on. Quit giving us the hint of what's going to happen.
I don't see how I could possibly be ahead of it. I'm watching it on the Gamecast.
No, I don't think it's us. I think it's people in the chat.
Oh, I was about to say, I think I'm watching it the slowest way.
Because I think about 15 comments ago, somebody went, Saquon! I'm like, chill out.
Saquon.
The rest of us experience it.
Oh, shit.
As well.
I just realized.
No, Big B is 9 vodka and monsters in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He has fucked around to a level of 9, and he is trying to find out.
He is fucked around, and he is finding out.
Do you already have the Uber ordered?
If you don't, that's an error of judgment.
Right, you should have booked it 10 minutes ago.
Got to pre-book that shit.
100%.
Stone Sports with his DFS lineup: Zappy, AK, Pierce, Algier, Diggs, Jefferson, Myers, Johnson at TE, and the Falcons T because he was out of money.
Hey.
Jacoby Myers? Okay.
Jacoby Myers.
I was trying to figure out which Myers.
I'm playing him today. For whatever reason, he's played 2 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
He has 22 targets in those 2 games.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, he's the only guy that gets open.
I am just... If I'm telling you right now, watch this be the biggest hit that I've ever had. The biggest hit I've ever had in NFL DraftKings was $24,000 in one day. Watch me beat that.
Christ.
Oh, yeah, I've had some. Ask me what the biggest one I've ever had, period, was. I had a night in the NBA where I spent $11 and made $40,000.
Nice.
I was like, oh, God, that was a good day.
Tank
Fucking
realizing
Marquise
why
Morris.
we do this now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it becomes.
No, I mean,
clear
I've
why we do
known
this.
that there's money to be made out there. I just can't make any of it. Like I will throw out lineups and try to be different, and the
Stop doing
most
that.
I've ever won is $25.
Stop doing that. Don't try to be different. You're not as smart as you damn well think you are.
Bingo. Yeah, see, here's the thing.
But that's how you win, right? That's how you win. You got to find the guy that's going to pop every week.
Sorta.
And if everybody else has the same one that you do, then you're fucked.
Well, yes, you have to be contrarian, but you can't be contrarian at the rate of stupidity. And that's where a lot of people fuck up is, I have to be contrarian, so I'm going to play Gary Brightwell. See, I'm different than everybody. No, dude, that's dumb.
You're an idiot.
See, that's
right.
stupid.
Right.
Nobody should do that. I don't care if he scored a touchdown.
I was today years old to know, though, that you could enter free games and win money. I didn't know that was a thing.
It's usually tickets and shit, but you can win money.
Interesting.
Whole bunch of $5,000 contests up.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I mean, I don't play them because
4 or 5.
my luck, I'd win one and be like, oh, yeah, I won a GPP, and I won $4. What the fuck?
I'll always enter lineups that I've already created in paid contests into the freeze.
I have 2 speeds. With GPPs, I have 2 speeds. I will either play at the rate that I usually play, or I will not play at all. Because the week I throw out $24, that will be the week that I have the best lineup I've ever had and would have won $200,000.
B. Malik says, was that $40,000 taxed in the U.S.? Nobody taxes like Canada.
Yes, that it was taxed in the U.S. and it's 50%. That's what it costs.
Way more on winnings. Way more on winnings, Malik. Way more.
Yeah, we get taxed at about 50% on gambling winnings. However, there are ways to get around that.
Yes.
If the money's not
Our
tangibly
lottery
in your hand,
winnings.
it doesn't count.
Oh, so if it's sitting in the account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So on December 31st, you'd put it in your account.
Right.
We've spun the wheel of destiny for one more year. The only thing is you have to stay liquid when you do that. Or you end up with a tax bill and you go, Ha! Right in my Duke shoot.
Just
boop,
Duke.
boop, boop.
Like a dog with a pill, right?
Oh, yeah. Where you think that saying came from? That was the IRS holding me down after Deggy Matsuyama fucked me out of $1 million. They just grabbed me by the ears and went, this is going to suck. And then a wise man explained to me, yeah, don't do it that way.
Stephen Tao says you guys need to do a side video explaining DFS for the layman's.
We can do that.
That's easy enough.
Yeah. I mean, I would watch.
DFS is one of those things that is the simplicity of it is the beauty of it.
Yep.
I
And if
will
you're
be
not
honest.
looking to-
Armchair, I want to see if you agree with me on this. The biggest mistake that people make in DFS is they listen to what mainstream shit tells them.
100%.
Oh, you have to be contrarian. No, contrarian's good, and you should be, and you will be by accident. The chances of somebody else having your exact lineup is not real high. But even if they do, who cares? If that's the right lineup, what the hell does it matter?
Right. Because you both finished high.
But yeah, you can either split the right lineup or try to be contrarian and probably get D'd in the A. I never worry about ownership. I mean, I look at it. Like this week, Dameon Pierce will be the low-owned guy because everybody looks at Houston and goes, you're going to get skull-fucked. You're right, but their best run stopper's out. That's enough. I don't need to – I can be as chalk as I want to be. Dameon Pierce will be 4% owned because there's too many other options. Kamara will be low-owned because he's been a bag of wieners for the last 4 weeks.
Kelvin Joyner wants to know, why doesn't every team have a Wildcat single wing package? It's easy to install, and most teams have 2 running backs that could run it.
I'll be honest with you. I've never figured that out. I'll tell you another thing that I've never figured out. Why do you leave the fucking quarterback on the field? If you're going to do that, why not take the quarterback off the field?
Right.
He can call the play. There have to be 11 in the huddle. There's a way around that. Or maybe you send the play call in with the guy that comes in the game. Because then you actually have a numerical advantage. Never figured that out.
Is OBJ waiting until week 15 to sign?
No, middle of November. It's everything I've been told.
Yep.
Be the middle of next month sometime.
Oh, God. Brian's already – that's a goddamn hold. He's already screaming through the YouTube comments.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
It just came through.
Oh.
On my side, I may be a little ahead of it.
Damn, I'm way behind.
I don't see that either.
Yeah, I don't see it.
John wants to know if he should trade for Michael Thomas now that he is injured and buy low.
Yes, but you'd have to buy super low. I'm talking for the low price of just $2.99. Kelvin Joyner said, as someone who doesn't gamble, I would appreciate a betting 101 show. We can do that too. I can explain everything to you about gambling. Here's the one thing I will tell you. I cannot be held liable if you lose your house.
Yeah,
because I'll scream responsible gambling 1,000 times, but I'm telling you right now, I've taught people how to do this that had no ability to cull themselves.
The Green Bay Packers look like they are getting into field goal range here.
Well, field goal doesn't do you
field goal
dick.
doesn't help you. You're down 7, but there's 2:24 to go. They got it 2nd and 9 at the 19-yard line.
Yeah, field goal doesn't do you duck. Here's the question, and I'm going to ask this before it comes up. If you score, do you go for 2? I do. No doubt.
If you're Green Bay, you do.
I do, no doubt.
I think you have to here.
I am not fucking around, and I am not finding out.
It's Matt LaFleur. He's not gonna. He's not gonna make the risky decision. He's gonna trust it and go to overtime.
Anthony Weghorst asked, what are we doing Chase Edmonds and DJ Moore? Chase Edmonds is the second running back in Miami, so I don't think he's playable. I would be trying to leverage him against the Mostert owner because if Mostert got hurt, and he is real apt to do that, then Chase Edmonds would be valuable. DJ Moore, until Sam Darnold comes back, he's just not playable. And he has no rapport with Baker Mayfield whatsoever.
Here's a free piece of advice. I had such high hopes for them is not going to win your fantasy league game.
Nope. No, and that's the thing. You got to know when to cut bait. And now there's none of us can tell you, hey, this is when to cut bait on a guy.
Go off. Yep.
And the thing that you have to understand is there comes a time where guys become so toxic. Najee Harris right now is radioactive waste.
100%.
So you're not going to get what he's worth. DJ Moore's the same thing.
Yep.
So you have to understand you're going to have to make chicken salad out of chicken shit. And now if that means cutting him, I've had to cut players that I took in the first 4 rounds in the first month of a season.
Package
Just
both together.
Look at it and go, bleh.
Send Edmonds and Moore off to
whoever has
Mostert.
Yeah, to whoever has Mostert.
Get a roster.
And Anthony said no way they're cuttable. I would agree with you on Edmonds. I'm not so sure on DJ Moore. Talent's good until Sam Darnold comes back. Hey, he's not playable. I said this earlier in the show. He's the 51st ranked PPR receiver through 4 weeks.
He's
and the
one
schedule gets worse.
He's one of those guys, though. I don't feel like you won't get it back. If you drop him, you're not getting him back. There's going to be somebody in your league that's going to take him.
Do you care?
Yeah.
Because whoever picks him up, now they're like, oh, look, some dumbass cut DJ Moore, and what are they going to do? Put him in their lineup, and that 4 that he's been throwing for you, going to be throwing for them.
Yeah.
And there's
until he doesn't, though.
One of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life, and I can't remember who the player was. It was somebody that started as just a big bag of dicks, and they were awful. I cut them. Guy I was playing that week played them against me. Just a god-awful bag of wieners.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened that nobody realized. Some backup got hurt or some shit. So that next week, he cuts the guy. I pick him back up and then beat that guy with him in the finals.
Nice.
Like, he was on your team. You were so close. You were so close.
There's always a risk that any guy can go off. Literally any fantasy player can go off. It's Jonas Gray had like 3 touchdowns for the Patriots, and then he was cut the next week.
I love that Jonas Gray is your go-to.
It's such an easy reference though, because he would have been someone that everyone targeted, and then he was immediately droppable. Everybody always looks at you. Got to stop looking at the name and just look at the output and look at the matchup and the game script. DJ Moore has not done anything because of the quarterback. The quarterback hasn't changed. Therefore, the same results are going to happen. Will he go off? Maybe. Sure. Could Baker also throw for 350 yards? It's possible. Is it likely?
No.
Nah, not really.
Not really. When you think to yourself, oh, I can't drop that guy, I want you to remind yourself of the stat I'm getting ready to tell you.
I'm your huckleberry.
What do Geno Smith, Carson Wentz, and Jared Goff have in common? They're all top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL through 4 weeks. What do Kirk Cousins, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers all have in common?
Bottom.
They're not in the top 16.
Let's just say bottom half of the league.
M85 said I just dropped Romeo Dubs for George Pickens.
I like Pickens.
I do too.
I like that pickup.
I can't fault you.
According to the screen here, Green Bay is 3rd and 2 at the New York Giants 7.
And the Gents called a timeout.
With 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
Are we sticking around for the end of this game?
I think we should.
All right.
I mean, we didn't stick around for the end of the Minnesota-New Orleans game last week, and it ended up being a hell of a final 4 or 5 minutes of that game.
We also got a much better table.
That is true.
So
that is very true.
Catch 22.
27-20, though. Green Bay Packers in scoring position to tie it up.
Gage Camplin asked, is Baker Mayfield the worst quarterback in the league right now? I would say yes.
Yes, he is.
And it's not
Justin
close.
Fields can at least run.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he sucks shit too.
Yeah,
but
he does.
He can at least run. Baker Mayfield and Davis Mills are sedentary quarterbacks that can't throw.
Yeah.
Dropped Curtis Samuel for DJ Moore a couple of weeks ago, says Gage Camplin.
Undo it.
Uh-oh, boys
Do we have
and
a
girls.
touchdown?
No. We have a 4th down.
Uh-oh.
It is 4th down for the fighting Brian Haynes and West Virginia Willies.
Oh.
He threw it off his helmet. He threw it right in his face.
And it's going to be his fault.
Oh, no doubt.
It'll be his fault.
Or the ayahuasca.
Who was that, Randall
He was
Cobb?
high. Yeah.
So now they have to go for it.
He was high.
Oh, yeah. You're 100% going for it.
Oh, no doubt.
You need to see, but are you going for a score here? Or are you going for, and it's knocked down?
Giants ball!
Oh, no!
Nobody circles the wagons like the New York Giants.
Football Giants.
Amazing.
New York football Giants.
There you go. It's 27-20, barring some kind of miracle.
Well,
it's
they
gonna
still
be...
have 2 timeouts.
Right.
So fucked up shit happens because as of right now, Green Bay would get the ball back with roughly 13 seconds left if you don't get a first down. Oh, I can only imagine the comments are. Oh, I have a feeling they're coming.
Stop them bitches.
That or Brian Haynes is currently nonverbal.
No, he's let's fucking go. Stop them bitches. Holy fucking crap.
He may.
Good for you, Brian.
He may be nonverbal by the time we're
We're fucking 4-1, and I'm 12 vodka.
Yeah, you're not
monsters
4-1
deep.
yet. You're not 4-1 yet. Oh, they're kneeling.
Yeah, they're kneeling.
You're going to have to punt the ball back to them. You do get that, right? See, shit like this is what drives me absolutely nanners. There's no way you can lose if you just run the damn ball. But instead, you're going to lay on this thing like a collegiate hooker, and I guarantee you they're going to, because they're on the 6. So they're going to do that dumbass thing where the punter runs out of the back of the end zone. That's the only way you can lose. There is no other way that you can lose this game in regulation.
Mm-hmm. Green Bay's calling the timeouts, doing the thing, save the clock. They got one more to burn, but even then, you give it back to them with 13 seconds, you said? 14 seconds?
And it's Aaron freaking Rodgers.
Who hasn't done anything.
No, he's done this for 15 years.
That's true. It is a regular season game. So
yeah. Gage Camplin said he meant to say he dropped more for Samuel. Yeah, that's the way that should have gone.
Much, much better.
Timeout Green Bay. All right, so you're going to have to boot this with probably 15 seconds to go.
Right.
And there's no doubt they're not kicking this fucking ball.
Mm-hmm.
You're not kicking this ball. I don't give a flying rat's arse.
And you want to, just run the ball, try to pick up 6-7 yards. And then punt it.
Then punt the damn ball.
Pick 2, Garrett Wilson, Corey Davis, Zay Jones.
Zay Jones and Corey Davis.
You like that Corey Davis play today?
I do. Zach trusts him. Now. He's the big body receiver. Corey Davis is a big motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he probably gets Nigel Needham. Garrett Wilson's going to be in the slot against Kauhu or whatever the fuck his name is, who's been the good corner. I'm telling you right now, Elijah Moore. Yes. He gets behind the secondary at least once, maybe twice, written all fucking over it.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Wilson at home, nice weather day. Oh, God, I can't wait. Wait, let's go!
Gage Camplin says, as an Eagles fan, the Giants are better than I thought, or Green Bay might just be dog water, probably a combination of the two.
The Giants are certainly better than we thought.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
But Green Bay has to take an introspective look at themselves if you gave up 17 unanswered points in the second half.
Okay, so they kneeled it again.
Yeah, this is to let the clock run. That was on third down.
Yeah, now it's fourth down. 4th and 14.
So you call a timeout, most likely.
You got 13 yards for your punter. Not
enough for me. That's the reason I wouldn't have fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
Then again, Saquon a little dinged up. Ascendo $20 left to throw on the best bet of the day from each of you. 3-leg parlay, 1 pick from each. Thanks. I'll go last because I'm the gambling guy.
Okay, I'll give you Cleveland.
Cleveland +2.
Cleveland plus the 2.
AC?
I think I'm going to take the Jets.
God, I would have never thought the Jets would be the best bet of the day.
I know, but you have to right now, don't you?
I think so.
I feel that way.
Over in that Baltimore Cincy game, they're way low on that.
I'm going to give you the under in San Francisco, Carolina.
I like it.
That reminds me, I got to throw it. I got to throw my parlay out there.
Apparently there's clock shenanigans.
Oh, great.
Brian Haynes is, what the fuck is going on with the fucking clock?
Yeah, we don't know.
We're not sure. We're trying to watch the game cast, so.
I'm watching the game on the cellular here, and it just... Oh, Daniel Jones got a big cut on his hand. Ooh. It's like we finally got the punt ready to go. They're lined up.
Holy shit. Tennessee, Washington has gone to a pick 'em.
Pick 'em. Yep.
Wow.
Still like Tennessee.
Punter ran out of bounds. With
That was
left.
always going to happen.
Yep.
The punter ran out of bounds.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, to take the safety?
Yep.
Yep.
Gotcha.
There is a flag on the play.
Of course, there's probably fucking holding the end zone.
All right, so we got 27-22.
Gang, gang, bitches.
And how much time is on the clock? 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
All right.
Yeah, so you have to keep this low. And then you got to get into the prevent, drop 6 guys to the goal line, rush 2, and have the 3 lurkers in the middle of the field. Green Bay, good God. Ben Malik said special teams in the Packers, game's over.
Yep.
He ain't wrong.
Indeed.
Although now you have Rich Bisaccia as your special teams coordinator. Bisaccia.
It's not like Aaron hasn't thrown a Hail Mary against the
Nope,
Giants.
and that's what makes me nervous. That's the reason I didn't want to do this way.
He's never done that before.
That's
Not
the
in your
reason
history,
I didn't
never.
want to do this way. I always hate taking losing in regulation and putting it back on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's only like a 1% chance of that. It's fine. It's more of a chance than there was before.
Yep, exactly.
All right, Amari Rodgers to the 41, which means Aaron's got a shot at the end zone.
Did he get out of
60-yard
bounds?
heave. That was on a kickoff.
Oh, it was on the kickoff.
So, I mean, he's got 1 shot at the end zone here. Might have 2. This might be one of those where you run one to the end line, get 20, and then have a legit shot into the end zone. You just can't get stopped in bounds.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Isaiah McKenzie thing.
Yeah, get the fuck out of bounds. What are you doing, dude?
I hate how this sets up so much. This is the last thing I would want to see if I was a Giants fan right now. And then a false start on the...
Amazing.
Yeah, Bakhtiari. Yeah, your vet left tackle. So now you're throwing it from the 36, which makes it 65 yards, and that probably means it doesn't get to the end zone. So you'll have to have a bat up in the air and some shenanigans. Now you almost have to run that play to the end line. You got to try to get to the 50 to give him a legit shot.
To give him 2 seconds. Just leave him 2 seconds on the clock to get the snap off.
Oh, yeah. I don't care about how long's left on the clock. I need, do I get the snap off? Okay, that's fine.
Right.
Beyond that, I don't give a fuck.
But you got to get it out of bounds because you don't have any timeouts left.
And it's got to be a quick hitter because you only got probably 5 seconds.
And who do I trust to do that?
Romeo Dubs.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Or Lazard.
I was thinking we're
Ball
shaving
game.
heavy on Lazard.
Oh, I heard a ball game.
Ball game. Strip sack.
27-22. Giants win. Let's fucking go.
Let's go!
Well, down a game already in the Beat the Chief contest.
How's that feel?
It feels great.
How's that feel?
It feels normal, actually.
Yeah, it should. Wire to wire, baby. Let's go.
All right, it has come that time for us to sign off and head over to the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. 51 or 61?
51.
51.
51 North Merriman Avenue. 51 North Merriman Avenue.
Up in the Reynolds Village subdivision. Come on out and join us if you're capable. The rest of you, we will see you back here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. ESPN Asheville, and, of course, here on the Sportsocracy YouTube station.
Woohoo! AC, any parting words?
Go Patriots.
Go Jets. Jets, 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 Jets. I had to do it.